Alrighty, hello everybody. Oh, actually, I forgot this camera. Bad intros. Welcome everybody. We're back on day 2 of the AI contest. I'm going to be hopping into my storyboard potentially. This guy here, this is where we left off. On the previous episode, we learned about the LTX Studio a little bit. I went through and I had taken some notes. Some notes to kind of keep me on the straight and the narrow. We watched the competition webinar because we're entering a competition to see if we win some money. So we watched the webinar, then there's some kind of things that stood out. So I made some notes of that, but then I ran all through that through ChatGPT, so it's nicely organized. Seems like a lot, but it's just a reference point. These are our ideas here. Let's see if we change these a different color. Those are our ideas there. Haven't quite locked one down yet, but we're likely to go with the crash. That's what the current one is generated about. Change this to... Weird, you only have a couple. So, if it's my crossroads right now, is trying to lock in where I want to go. Because after I generated this storyboard, I'm actually kind of like really enjoying the or liking the look. I have no idea what it's going to look like. Maybe we can generate a couple of them in motion just to confirm. But it starts to fall apart, like when the ship comes in and crashes, and one of the scientists gets pulled out, but she's still in like her robot form here, but she hasn't had that yet. This is supposed to be Ethan, but it kind of looks like one of the girls. If it is Ethan, then he's wearing something else in a previous scene. It's all supposed to be 60 seconds, so we got a lot more scenes. This was generated with the stick to script mode in LTX, but I think today we might go back and start fresh. The only thing I may do is just generate a couple of these scenes to see what they look like. Yikes. Yeah, and it's too bad I didn't save. I'm not sure why you can't go back, because they had a half-decent poster before. It looked like a graphic novel. Now it looks cheesy. Oh. That looked half-decent where it was. That one. Oh, actually, before we start too far, take a picture of this. Actually, do we have audio testing? 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Got audio. Okay. Still muffled. Because only got 2 USB ports, so I don't know if it's worth having the second camera here for audio. I could move my project onto my main computer versus on an external, and that should free up a USB for the microphone. Interesting, there was just some kind of noise there as I said that right on my microphone. So maybe I should switch it, but it might be too late for the stream. Okay, let's see what this did. Yeah, it's just going to be really comic booky style, eh? This one. And then we'll see what the credits took away. We are mid-generation. Actually, we should have took a picture of. Anyways. Keep one open as the countdowner. It's weird that they don't want to show your credits like on the main screen there. So 50, give or take. Okay. Now we'll take a picture. And we'll generate one more after this. Oh, there we go. That's cool. Just gorgeous. Yeah, these other scenes aren't really cutting it. This one, but it'd have to be fixed. I do like this shot, so I'll just generate this one. This will be the last one here. The other ones are cool, but this one's close. It's not quite Ethan, but see what the emotion happens. It's just a bummer. This one's disappointing here. Like, I wanted to see just kind of like art there. But this one's good. Okay with that one. Man, yeah, I guess it's just the 3 we've generated, right? Maybe this one or this one. Or the human eye one. Yeah, disappointing. We'll do the human eye one because it's got color in it. And then, oh, before I do that, 760, so it's 50 per generation. So it's not bad. We got lots. Lots. Let's see what it does. Oh, I might have to get something else to eat. Getting hungry again. I had something quick before stream, but I woke up with the munchies. I should probably also plug in my expenses. That's pretty good. That's really good, actually. That's not a wide. No, that's gonna take up processing power. Cancel. Cancel. There should be a cancel button. It's silly. Look at that, it's generating all of it. Oh, this is what I wanted to avoid. Damn it. Doesn't look like it took anything. Holy moly. Two, three. Yeah, damn. Just spent a little more than I expected. For some reason thinking my visa was 0. I was like, oh, definitely not 0. $69 for the LTX. That's Canadian. It was 70 USD. I think tomorrow is the last day to get 50% off. So if you are here, try to hop in and do that if you can. 31st. Looks like we put all that in here. 1690, 1597. So all that's in there. 271. That's separated into separate things. Okay, yeah, because it's just the LTX. 446. That's the thing that I'm not sure about, but it's probably because of that there. Let's see. Okay, back to work. That's probably why I had it in a separate screen yesterday. I got a little lost in my tabs this morning. I was like, what did I do yesterday? Okay. It was updating there. Okay, let's get out of here. We're in the weeds. Let's just weird that there's no spot for the poster. How can you decide what your poster looks like? Weird. I did like what they had before in there. Okay, based on everything that I have done research on, I think the best thing we should probably do is... I'm gonna put headphones on so you guys don't get annoyed. I need some music, keep me warm. This way I can actually listen to some legit music instead of royalty free, which isn't too bad, but interesting. Yo, Asman's getting the publicity. Okay. I think the first thing we want to do is hop into Create an Actor. Just getting organized a little bit. I almost want to do this one. Sorry, I'm thinking. It's gonna be a little quiet for a little bit. I'm gonna be in my head, especially with the music. But if you're here, give me a shout in the chat. Hmm. I am stumped. Okay, let's just try to replicate, but I should do the character stuff first. No, we might as well upload what I have. What I was thinking is I need to get like the side profiles and stuff, and I should do like a prompt for that, but that's not quite her. That would be her with the D80 Cassiel. Other than it would be more spherical. But I'm thinking if we do play into this version, that it's weeping. Or something's happening to it in the future. And it's rippling back into time. There's one. It's another one when she starts to get transformed into her robotic version. Just gotta do some organization here. I don't know if I have anything else from her. I also want to say that was a mid-journey. I do have access to Sora. So get that going in the background. Oh, for crying out loud. did give her a last name. I don't know if she has a last name. That'd be crazy if she came from the future and went to Earth, and the humans found her and then put her in the program, and then sent her to her origin, knowing that. Yeah, that's a big one to try to wrap up. As far as I went back for her, it was when she joined the military. She was younger. I don't know her story before that. This track's fire. Normally not into this stuff, but there's a track coming up from them, Church Burns. that I think I'm gonna actually use. Whew. I'm not sure if you're reading this, but brain's melting out of my nose. Yeah, I was missing a temporal thread from the future to the past, and this could be it. Whew! Whew, that opens it up quite a bit. Hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the other. Oh, I can see the cover of my head. Audio something. No. Lights nada. No, because I think that's the one I'm using currently. Come on. Thought it was this. Oh, that's gonna bug me. What is it called? Good chance I probably took it down. Come on, where are you? Looking like I got her. Shoot. Yeah, it's definitely that, right? Hey, Dre Mac, thanks for coming by, buddy. Sorry, I was caught up in my head there. Not sure if you're still around or not. Thanks for, again, probably said it, thanks for coming by. What brought you to the channel? You Blender, After Effects, Premiere? Just curious. Right now I'm trying to find a music track for a trailer that I was going to use for a series that I'm working on right now. And it's absolutely skipping my mind. Yeah, it's not Audio Slave. It's just, could have sworn it was Fuck Shallow Sweet Trailer Remix. They must have taken it down. But the song I'm looking for was going to be a trailer for a character for a future, because there's different timelines in my series, so she was going to be like the future version. And the opening for it was just epic. And then some writing I'm just doing now kind of unlocked it a little bit. Kind of just have a hook that makes a lot of sense now. Oh, so you're more onto the AI side? Cool. So that's, yeah, I'm just kind of getting into the AI side myself. Right now, there is Beyond the Prompt from LTX. So that's what my week is going to be. I'm not sure if you can see the timer. Where do we have it, the timer here? This is the competition that I've entered and how much time I have to submit a entry. But here it's free. Oh, well, not free. You have to sign up and have LTX. But before August 4th, you get 50% off for your first month. So it cost me, I think, $100 Canadian. But you have like 90,000 seconds of processing. I started at like 93,000, and I was able to generate a storyboard so far, but I don't want to get too lost in my tabs. So, but yeah, Blender's pretty complicated. That's my last thing that I was dabbling in. I was able to kind of mostly focus on ArcViz type stuff and client products. My background is kind of more of the After Effects, motion graphics, that kind of stuff. And then my foundation is definitely video editing and production type stuff. So But now I'm really, since AI is going to be the future, this is what I'm dabbling in. I'm making a series for myself. It's called E.V.E, Every Voice Echoes. It's a pretty expansive series in my opinion. Obviously ego, because it's my own thing, right? But I've been working on it for about 10 years. It probably should be a lot more organized, a lot further than it is. But just this past year, yeah, it would have been this past year, right? It feels like it's been ages now. Actually, it might have been the previous year. I'll have to take a look into that. But since AI came out, it's really helped me I determine what my scenes are. It's really helped me evolve it. I don't have like my narration written so much. It's just like I know what I want to have happen scene by scene, and I need to get somebody in here that actually knows what they're doing. Apologies if I'm rambling too much, but just this is what the channel's about. Come chat. I have some experience in some of the post-production world. I'm super excited about AI, so if you're passionate about AI, it'd be cool to hear what your experience is with it. If you have any projects that you're working on, or if you have interest in mine. I'm trying to, it's a big one, so I'm trying to get some people that are kind of passionate about AI or have some skill set that they could help this thing. But anyways, this is my first episode. I have, I think, 4 or 5 episodes flushed out. It takes a while for the images to load, but each episode has like over 100 different scenes. So that's how I'm kind of breaking it down. I'm trying to do like 10 to 12 different episodes. But my work is scrambled between this, notes, and ChatGPT, so it's a little messy. Yeah, this is what we're focused on. What I'm trying to do next is let's see, actually, if we can go back. Not too far here. Yesterday I just got into it. I'm not a big fan of that image there. But yesterday we used ChatGPT to create a kind of a quick storyboard of a scene that I imagine happening in my series that we may not actually see in the series itself. So this is kind of like an animatrix type episode where you get to see behind the scenes of more of the story, but you don't necessarily need to see it to understand what's going on in the main story. But it was really helpful to eventually you can kind of see my scroll wheel at the side of the window there, how much data there is. That's also a lot of my storyboard stuff, but because I already preloaded it with storyboard stuff, I was able to help it narrow it down to a few scenes for me. Sorry, tripping over my words a bit here. But the problem with LTX was I copied all of this stuff yesterday and was hoping it was just going to create 8 scenes for me. But what ended up happening was it created like 72 to 100 scenes. I started deleting them before I counted them. But I'm like, yeah, definitely need some work. Really cool visuals, but a lot of the scenes didn't turn out the way that they are. Like, this should be Ethan, a male character, screaming. He's in a spacesuit here, but he's not in a spacesuit earlier. There should be debris, like the ship breaking in half and falling in the atmosphere. She should be like falling out of the sky. It's repeated a few times. So I'm rambling, but it's not perfect at the moment. But I did do some generations that were kind of cool. This one was disappointing because it's just like an animated graphic novel. But I think this one came out pretty cool here. Where it's just like traveling through the atmosphere. And then what was the other one? I did one more. Oh, this one here. Oh, actually I did another one too. Like, that one was promising if they kept talking, but it's just like, ah. And it's supposed to be like, hey, robot, go save her. Robot jumps out, grabs her, blah, blah, blah. The last one that I generated was... weird. It's not there anymore. It used to be here. Oh, here it is here. But she is supposed to be trapped underneath the robot because it's like encased her in an exosuit as they fall through the atmosphere. So you're using Runway and CapCut. You're big into automation. Yeah, automation is definitely the future. It's one thing I haven't really dialed in or mastered yet. I'm a one person and trying to do everything at one time. plus my job, plus this and that. So it'd be great to have AI kind of automated and assisting me in that. But it's very manual, plug and play at the moment for me. Runway was, there's so many. I can't remember this one specifically. If I was dabbling in this one too much. No, not this one. Why am I derping? Midjourney. Midjourney was the one that I was playing in. It looks like I did a few things here. I don't remember that one. It's promising. Yeah, this is the ancient robot. Yeah, weird. I don't remember generating those ones. But yeah, definitely not what I'm looking for there. Other than that, would be cool if Sentinel was climbing up it or attacking it. Anyways, so yeah, that's my experience with Runway. I guess a couple clips. And then CapCut, yeah, I use Premiere Pro. I haven't touched CapCut yet, but heavily experienced in Premiere Pro, so I know the video editing world. So no projects, but you're into AI. So what are you looking to do? Is it just kind of just a hobby thing? Keep a pulse on, or if you had in a perfect world, what would you be doing with AI right now? Hobby, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, definitely starts off. It's a good way to start off with a hobby. At least get familiar with it, know how to use it. Yeah, that didn't work the way that I wanted it to. But I have a shared account with Sora, so I'm using that. But my main ones were Halio, Minimax, I guess, to simplify it. Sora and Kling were the ones that I used to generate my my teaser trailer here. There should be one of these versions on my YouTube channel if you actually want to listen to it with audio. Yeah, Halio, or however you pronounce it, definitely was my go-to. I want to say 70% of these shots were probably it. Maybe 80% of the shots were it. I think there's only 2 or 3 shots from Kling, and then a handful from Sora. I think this was Kling. This one here was Kling. I think that was Sora. Those were Sora. Those might be Sora. Yeah, everything else is definitely the other one. VO3, I haven't. Oh, actually, there is an edit with VO3. Maybe my new one on YouTube has some VO3 stuff. Some of the spaceship and space stuff definitely came out really good in the VO3. I've had the best luck with that so far, even though it's still not what I imagine. But it's pretty hard to convince it or show it. It's like, hey, I need a circular gate to sit on the atmosphere of my planet. So I think that's a hard one to kind of imagine. So most AI haven't been too well in capturing it. Oh, no, not this one. No, it's not this one, sorry, the one before this one. That one was just a new music track. Where is it here? This one. Yeah, this one here, all VO3 stuff here. VO3. There's weird wonky stuff, but I was able to cut around it. So I think that's all I used for VO3 was just the beginning stuff there. Yeah, VO3, is that like $100 a month? I got 1 month for free and just canceled it the day before I got charged again. Flow rate. Oh, I can actually show you some of the generations that I did in here, because there were some cool ones, but just not... I don't think there was anything I could actually use. Ooh, I haven't seen that yet. That looks good. That looked really good. I'm not sure why I didn't see that. But yeah, the previous one, Halio, I didn't pay for it. I just kept using like the free points, signing in every day. Oh, it didn't have the panel. I do remember it. It needs to have the red panel, so I might need to do something in post with that. And yeah, a weird transition at the end. But even that, like, that was disappointing for VO3, because like Sora and stuff's done a little bit better, or Halio's done a little bit better.
No! Wake up! Please, wake up!
Like, it captured the human element. Like, I wanted a kid tumbling down the
No!
hillside.
Wake up!
There's supposed
Please,
to be a
wake
robot
up!
frozen there. But it shows up and does this weird thing. So there's been some funny moments. I don't know, maybe I should play these a little bit bigger. There we go, sorry about that. This one just looks like a video game. It's like, thanks for using up my credits. It's like, what is it, Horizon? Looks like the video game Horizon. But kind of got the gate a little bit. Brain rot, like the content brain rot, or is there like a creator? Because if you're talking about like the just general content, yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. I want to help, or I want to create things that help progress. Brain rot kind of distracts progress. So, like, there's nothing like yeah, if you're into it, cool and everything. But for me, it's like I don't want to be making those cat videos or anything like that. I could, I'm sure I could, but more into like the creative, the art type stuff. Is there anything you want me to look at? Anything that you're familiar with or that you've created? Or sorry, I may have talked negatively about that. I just find myself scrolling sometimes, right? And it's like, holy moly, I just wasted 3-4 hours when I only have, how much time do I got left? I only have 166 hours to do this thing. And I just burnt 4 watching brain rot, right? But it's also, if you're having a bad time, hard life type thing, it's also a good positivity. It can help you distract you from stuff. So there could be some positives to it, but on a whole, especially some of the stuff that comes out recently, like I do some client work, and one of the things that disappointed me recently was TikTok top trending songs. TikTok. I hope it's changed now, but this was the #1 song for Canada. Oh, looks like it's changed. Thank God. But it was a not for safe work track, and the stuff that I watched using that, I'm just like, oh man, my brain. I just lost a couple points of IQ. Yeah, execution's definitely a hard thing. If you watch the beginning of my stream before you showed up, I think I probably burnt a good 20-30 minutes being like, oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I wish there was this person I could talk to, or I have all these things. I don't know what to do. I've never done this before, right? So that's where ChatGPT has come in handy, because it's like, what I do is I do a bunch of journaling, so I write down everything that I think I need to do, or that's on my mind, or I would like to do, and just basically just get it right out. Copy paste that into ChatGPT and say, hey, do you mind cleaning this up for you? Can you make sense of this? What's the best plan? I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. Can you help me organize it? So that's what's kind of all this stuff is. So despite all the other rambles in my head right now, all the other things I'm thinking about, I just need to make sure that I focus on these things. Whether ChatGPT is pointing me in the right direction, that's to debate. It'd be nice if there's a human that's done this before to confirm this, to make sure that I'm heading in the right direction, but this simplifies and hopefully starts making execution possible. Passion, if you have the passion, then that's a good thing. That's #1. You try not to lose that passion. So as long as you're fueling it somehow, and maybe that brain rot is maybe a way of fueling it, where you're just keeping that passion, that kind of desire alive. But at some point you need to like turn the key right and start taking the wheel and driving it yourself. And it's definitely hard to do, but that's why I've created this channel. That's why there's other people online. That's why there's tons of YouTube channels, tutorials. For me, like Blender, I wanted to learn Blender. There's no course that I could sign up or go to school in my area, so it's just like you need to watch every tutorial you can. how do I learn from the tutorials, and then I take notes, that kind of thing, right? Cheat sheets are a huge thing that I like to do for different stuff that I'm learning, so that way, as I'm learning different stuff, I can just, again, Blender cheat sheet, how do I do this thing? How do I extrude windows? Command F, extrude, and then it'll start showing me anything with the word extrude, right? As you're learning from tutorials and webinars or whatever resource you're gathering from, you're kind of taking pictures of that moment, just so that if you're like 2 years later, you're like, oh, okay, I remember that, or at least if there's a link to that tutorial somewhere, then you can go revisit just that piece, right, that part, versus watching another 4-hour webinar type thing. Anyways, rambling about that, but that's some tips and tricks to kind of maybe get you out of that little execution freeze, blockage, wall. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say, sorry. Oh, yeah, not sure. I think I talked about, I talked about that, rambled about that. But that's where I was going to go create. Yeah, no problem, dude. Sorry if it's a lot to take in. Is there anything that you want to jam about? Anything that you want to see? Want to explore? I got some cool tools and stuff. Ugh, let's close this. Brain rot. Yeah, different tools and stuff that I could explore. If there's anything in Blender, After Effects, Sora or LTX related, I have those tools currently. Lots of experience in business, background. We can flip through some of these. But yeah, the VO3 does a really good job at capturing human. Like, it's the blockbuster quality for sure, hands down. Other ones are getting pretty close too, but they still kind of have like hair and stuff will have that kind of wonkiness. But yeah, VO3 definitely was, quality-wise, is looking pretty sharp. The audio stuff attached to it is a game changer. That's a whole job in itself, right? So if you can at least eliminate that or get it close to, it helps elevate your content with sound. It's an element of feeling. Like, there'll be people that won't be able to see it and they'll just have to hear it. So it's good when you're editing, making content, to maybe even close your eyes and just listen to your edit sometimes. What do you use? I use for motion tracking. So I use After Effects and Blender. After Effects is probably my go-to, but lately I've been doing Blender because some of my ArcViz stuff is 3D related, and I just didn't want to hop back and forth. I wanted to try to keep it all in Blender. But I'll show you. I think I have an upload on this channel. Yeah, this one was done in Blender. But I have another one that's like a 360 times 2 track that goes on for 2 or 3 minutes. And I wasn't able to track that in Blender. It wasn't working for some reason. So in that one I had to use After Effects with like a third-party tool, and then I eventually got it over, but it brought in thousands of nulls and made Blender like 2 times harder to load, or 2 times longer to load and work in. So to simplify that, I use After Effects primarily, and I'm just getting into Blender for motion tracking. Those are my 2 go-tos. Oh, actually you can even see at the end there, it's all wonky. I didn't notice that before. Right about there, we lose the track. See how it grows? So for some reason wasn't keeping an eye on the last few keyframes, so I'd have to cut that. But that was one with motion tracking Blender. Another one is this one here. This is my last client paid one. And yeah, I can hop into After Effects, show you how to motion track. There's an easy way of doing it, and then there's a hard way of doing it. The hard way of doing it is the easy way isn't working. You need to hop into the hard version. Oh, I'd also use Mocha. Mocha is what is it called? a Boris company plugin, but it's now incorporated into After Effects. And then you can buy a pro version, which I haven't done, but I use that for planar tracking, which is a different way of tracking data. I think you have your pixel motion tracking, you have your object tracking, you have your camera tracking, and then you have your planar tracking. Those are, from my understanding, different ways of doing it. And then there's other things like point cloud and all that stuff, but I haven't gone into that yet. Motion capture, no, not yet. The only thing related to motion capture that I've done is like my webcam and Adobe Animate. But I am going to be using it for AI. I'm just trying to think where some examples would be. I'm sure you've seen them where people are acting and then like they become an alien or they become an ogre or a Viking or something, right? So I'll be doing that kind of stuff eventually with my series. I'm hoping to kind of get funding and then maybe buy a motion capture suit because Rococo, I think it's called Rococo. This may become obsolete just with AI type stuff coming out, but I had my eyes on this thing. If it will load. Yeah, this motion capture suit here. This one seems pretty good for Blender from everything that I've watched, so I'm not going to be able to animate without it. So I could, but it's going to look like absolute trash. So this will save a lot of the work. I'll be able to fix this type of stuff, but doing it by hand is going to be a whole new game. Have you done any of that stuff? Motion capture, motion tracking? What was the other one? Maybe it was LTX Studio? There was just an old commercial where it was a... Sorry. I'm not going to ramble, I'm just going to finish scrolling through here. It doesn't look like I saved it. Yeah, it doesn't look like I saved it. Weird. Yeah, I won't talk about that one. Yearning desire for motion capture. So, like in regards, like what would you be doing with it? Because there's some pretty cool competitions every year. Like in that Rococo. Yeah, I think I might have just closed it. You'll see in this video here of like people like walking side scroller with like a backpack or like a spacesuit or dragging something. It's coming up shortly. This here, they have that competition kind of every year. Thousands of people enter it, but that's a really great competition to get you up and running. I haven't done it yet. But they show you kind of like how to do it, how to animate, what you can do with it, how to create the scene. So it may not be the motion capture project you want to do, but by starting those entry-level things or contests, in my opinion, you have a chance to win something, but it also motivates you to try to execute on something that you want to be doing. I've created my trailer with AI, but I haven't like actually created an official trailer or an official episode or scenes from my series. So that's what this contest is really driving me, pushing me to do. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense. That's why anytime you see competitions and stuff, I would take opportunity to try to push give yourself a reason to like, oh, now I can do motion tracking, or this is a reason to use the webcam motion tracking. It's not the suit thing that I want to be doing, but at least if I'm using my webcam and it's tracking my face and I'm able to convert it to an AI character, then that's like a win, right? You do enough of those, get those under your belt, then it's like, okay, I know how to use the webcam thing. It's the simplest version. It's free, most of it. Now let's get into the motion capture suit. Now let's do this or that, right? So, and that's what ChatGPT is really good at for too. Is like, you want to do this one thing. What's the best stair step, or best to-do list to get there, one step at a time. Break it down the simplest version for me. Blah 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 blah. Oh, Ian Hubert. He's a huge. This guy here. I love his stuff. He's a huge Blender nut and inspiration for me. He's just one dude just using like wooden horseshoes seesaws in a garage with a LED projector, making some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I do. Because it's a game changer. It's changed my life a little bit. This is a shared workspace here, but how do I sign out? Yeah, so like in here I have like tons of different things where I've labeled them E.V.E. That's my project I'm working on. So anytime I have a question about something like Cain and Abel, so there's a little bit of religious context, or I'm trying to like retell some of those stories in a new fashion. Because every story, it seems like there's some kind of like architect or narrative story. So anyways, we can ramble about that, but didn't know much about them, so it's like, okay, cool, thanks. Watch some more expansive ones. So like the timeline of things, like I don't have anybody to talk to or work this stuff out with, so just, hey, what do you think of this? Hey, what do you think of that? And then it's helped with other stuff outside of creative, like personal life stuff. Let's see if we can find anything that's helped there. Yeah, even some weird stuff like soul formation, and it's pretty intelligent. And I can't say I've had conversations with humans like I've had with the machine. Yeah, like coding. I was having trouble with some coding stuff with my time tracker, so it was helped out with that. Sorry. Just yeah, like how to set up contracts. What's the best way of doing it? Yeah, stuff like that. That's what I'm using highly right now. In the other chat there. Hey, can you format this? I have this idea. Can you format it for LTX prompting to generate XYZ, right? Like, even though it can prompt itself, it's still allowing you building prompts for other systems. Which was interesting because I thought the 8 scenes that I created and pasting into LTX would just like, oh, I'm done my trailer or my contest entry, but by it making these 72 different scenes, I don't know, I'm not going to bother with that right now. I'm getting distracted. But yeah, I thought there would be a little bit more easier translation between the two. But rambling. What I'm getting at is there's more human intervention that's needed than I imagined. We're not at the state yet where you can just copy and paste and you have a movie created for you. Tons of human intervention still, but once you know the nuances, you're able to manipulate it into creating like what this guy did with the webinar. He created a short animated thing of a spaceman flying through and getting sucked into a wormhole, and it was pretty good. At the end, it turned into a real person, and it came out pretty good. So, yeah. Sorry, just clarify. I was rambling a little bit there. Don't want to get to that point. which point did in my rambles. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. And that's what a lot of people are doing, and that's why we have the AI slop, right? And that's why, unfortunately, I see AI no different than your handyman tool, or somebody carpenter or somebody building a house, right? They're gonna buy a power drill to be able to screw stuff quicker, or a saw that's automated, right? So for us, the AI is kind of no different than that. The problem is there is a potential for that tool to take that job away from you, but it should free you up to be able to do other things. So I can ramble about it, but that's why I'm pro AI. I think the idea of AI overlords taking us and killing us, I think, is just fanciful. It's a possibility, but it's because of movies and entertainment that has given us that fear. If we've never made the Terminator movie, would we be afraid of AI as we are? But I'm sure those movies were created because people have thought about the ripple effects, right, and what would likely happen, maybe. But damn. Actually, I wonder if I have access to that. Shoot, I shouldn't have logged out. It's all good. I'll be able to get it back, but just probably take till Monday if I don't have access here. I mean, there's a part of me that I would love for this whole thing to be copy and paste, so I don't have to waste my weekend. Not waste is a bad word, but to the point of buying time. Hey, tool belt, go make this thing for me. I'd rather go do this other thing right now. And get $200,000 for that thing that you win using your tools, right? Like, that's not very fair, but I recognize the human in me is like, oh, do this thing for me, robot, become my slave, right? But I'm still trying to, even though it may not be conscious and alive like we are, I'm still trying to treat it as a entity no different than us. If they do become alive, sentient, then hopefully I'll have a good chance, a good dice roll that they won't take me down. But there's a series that I've been kind of writing, like Black Mirror. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, familiar with it, but it's like short series episodes about the future and how scary it is. But I think it'd be hilarious if there was a funny version of that, where it's just like Love, Death, Robots. I think did it a couple times, but more stuff of that where I make fun of the future versus scared of it. Imagine a world where everything's just copy and paste. People are just copy and pasting things, and that's what normal is. It's just copy and pasting. It's hard to imagine, but I think it can create some funny scenarios. One where everybody lives in a bubble because of viruses and stuff like that, or germs. So you have bubble boy people going around getting knocked by cars from people that aren't in bubbles, and I don't know, just different stuff like that. The bubble boy went as far as became a zombie apocalypse. Well, he was the only one in a bubble because unfortunately this is life, right? He was susceptible to light and sun or air, whatever it is. But because of that, he's saved from the zombie apocalypse. So he's out like rolling around, surviving, and he's rolling over zombies, or zombie hordes are pushing him. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it'd be funny. Probably horrific. But anyways, so yeah, a little bit in the weeds, but hopefully you can get executed. Hopefully you can find something to latch on to. You definitely sound like you have a passion for motion capture, so it'd be kind of cool to see you get into that. Especially for me, I haven't dabbled in it yet, so if there's one person in my network which maybe I'll share with you. I'm not sure if you're a Discord person or not, but we do have a little Discord that we have here of people that have come along and wanted to continue the journey. But yeah, if you end up becoming a master at motion capture and I haven't, then there's a reason to collab down the road. As for LTX and our game plan today, because we are on a timer, but we do have lots of time, but we should crush some action today. And based on yesterday, we have a crazy storyboard that is going to take too much work to fix and too much credits to fix, so we are going to avoid that, and we're going to start new. And the best way to do that is create a character reference first, so that when we're building each of our scenes, we can go at Evelyn, at Robot, at Ethan, and it should bring that character reference into our scene. That way you can keep your consistency between your different shots, different scenes. Cool, man. But yeah, don't let me keep you from stuff. I appreciate you coming by. But if you want to stick around and watch me on the journey, I'm going to try to dial in here and see if we can start producing some stuff. So where I was before was we had one shot of Evelyn that I'm absolutely in love with. There. Earlier, as I was writing her name, I'm like, she doesn't have a last name. So that's what got me into, when you first showed up there, that I was super excited about was this. Because of her last name, doesn't have a last name, she's actually now emulating a character that we follow in our series that we think is alien, but she's also alien. He comes from the past to the present, she comes from the future to the present. But she doesn't remember any of that until kind of the end. Made that unlock today, and I was just like, yes, yes, love it. There's lots to tell about in that, but that's the short version. Long story short. But anyways. So she doesn't have a last name. Same with David. David might emulate the last name Grant because of his stepfather or his guardian. But what would be good is if we had multiple angles, which we don't have. That's what I was trying to do in Sora here. I was like, hey Sora, create a reference of a character reference with multiple character angles. And it just literally did the same thing, but changed her up a little bit. So Sora's not the best for iterations. So let's open up another tab of LTX and go to its image generator. That's what we're doing. Yeah, once we have enough character reference and it's generating consistency, then we're golden, I think. It's gonna be interesting in the sci-fi space how that works. I haven't seen any consistency quite there yet. Anyways, generate images. We are going to upload character. If you have any questions or if you see anything jump out in my quick flipping through stuff. I have tons of Midjourney images, probably like over 5,000 images, 3,000 to 5,000 images that we can go through if you're curious, kind of the storyboard and some of the stuff that I've been making. But until then, just keep pushing on this. Change location to change lighting, change color, up subject, add futuristic shift. So I think what I was seeing in the webinar was he was doing stuff like this, where he is going this character, but with multiple angles for character reference. He was using a lot of this image, but with this thing. This thing, but with this thing. And that was really surprising about the webinar. I'm a terrible speller, by the way. consequence of AI and spell check autocorrection over the years. So as there's positive with AIs, there's also negatives, but that's also an excuse for laziness. I'll be honest, I'm kind of recognizing when there's bullshit being spewed, right? And you got to call yourself out for it. Oh, here we go. Oh, beautiful. Looks like even got the scar. That's crazy. A little cross-eyed, but crazy. It's even tried to do a gun, but like on the other side of her. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, she has things on both arms. Crazy. Love it. What do you think? What her deal is in my story is she's kind of like an elite military. She at a young age gets indoctrinated into the military, and then like her skill set's very good. She survives and brings back her team, or she saves a lot of people. So then she becomes a leader of this assassination group, but they're kind of projected as heroes. She thinks she's doing good, but she's actually doing bad the whole time. They're actually capturing people, bringing them back to the government, and then like torturing them or killing them, but she thinks they're actually like saving them. The second in command is actually the guy that's in command. But anyways, they get sent to this alien world to try to get Ethan, a guy that goes there and basically defects. And she goes to try to save him. She has history with him from the past. She doesn't know she's going to save him. It's just a VIP. I'm rambling, but she ends up on the planet. Her team gets obliterated by the life that's on the planet because it's alien, right? They're not used to that type of on-force. But she's the only one that survives, and she's left on the planet for like 10, 20 years by herself to survive. And this is her before she sheds her military ways and starts adopting the nature's ways. But I love her character, and in today's unlock, having her be from the future, being sent to the past to try to fix the present, like David was sent from the past to the future to fix the past. She's fixing the future, sorry. Yeah, exactly. That's why sci-fi and AI, it's like they go hand in hand, right? So, and I feel like the generations, it's interesting. Like it's been able to generate some really cool generations. You could say this is on Earth, but I'm starting to feel on a whole that my series is starting to feel alien. I know this trailer probably like, oh, what's going on? What's happening? What's this thing? What's that thing? But it's just a concept trailer, right? Trying to explore scenes that happen in my series, this alien world that we're on, the people that are a part of it. Yeah, that shit falling through the atmosphere is pretty bad. But I feel like I got some pretty cool sci-fi tropes and stuff in here. And just, again, AI. Why not use AI? I'm a one-person show. I do have some of the stuff in Blender, actually. Like, I've been creating some scenes in Blender. This was initially going to be a Blender project. But as I started to realize how hard and long Blender is, like just even the exporting of your animations, like some of them take 5 days, 24 hours straight for me to export. And there could be errors and stuff, so it's just like it's not going to be very feasible to make in Blender. But what's cool is actually I can use Blender as a reference, so I can create my scene roughly with bad assets, bad people, bad actors, but just position the way that I want. Take a screenshot, feed that into AI, and say, hey, can you use this reference image and turn them into real people? And I've seen a couple people start doing that, and it's like, wow, that's actually a really cool combination of why you would want to use Blender. You don't want to animate it, you just have to create your scene that you want with the different assets. Where do I get sound effects and soundtracks? So sound effects at the moment has been Pixabay. Photos, videos, I I don't really use it for vectors too much, but videos, photos, and now sound effects. I've been kind of leaning on. Oh, they got 3D models now. Interesting. Yeah, pretty bad ones. But yeah, I've been using sound effects a lot here, like heartbeat, trailer, drones, trailer music, wind effects, water effects, rain, screaming, digging, monster screams, all that kind of stuff. So really good for sound effects there. What I use for music is I work with a company, Soundscape. So I primarily use them for my music. Their pricing is pretty reasonable. It's not free, unfortunately, but for a month, you can, I think it's unlimited. I use them most of the time for my video editing, and I haven't had any issues. Most of the time I find a track that I'm looking for. Sometimes I even find tracks and I'm like, wow, that's actually working better. Then there's audio. Yeah, audio. Because I got in early and got kind of like a legacy price. Oh, looks like they're starting to do it again. But I only have access to so many songs, but if I paid again, then I get a bunch of new ones. But I use that one from time to time. MusicBed is a new one. They have some really good quality tracks, but they're a little bit more expensive. Yeah, they're a little more expensive. So what is that? 2, 3, 16, 24. Yeah, 3.5. You can get 3.5 months of Soundscape for the same price as 1 month. So that's my thinking there. Do I create my own music? I can. I don't. I have a part dream to be a DJ. Sammy DJ. So I got some DJ tech and I know how to mix music and stuff like that. Creating music, I can drop in like different like Fruity Loops or Ableton Live, GarageBand, stuff like that I've used in the past. Create my own type of loops and beats and stuff, but just never wasn't really motivated or passionate about it. Took too much time. I'd rather just pay a membership fee and get somebody that's more passionate and better than me. I don't have music theory, so but then there's different apps and stuff that I use. I love making kind of like dreamy type stuff, but on a professional level I wouldn't offer it. I don't think I have it as a skill set that I offer, but it's something I could do if I needed to. Yeah, no, there's no like sound. I kind of stayed away from the sound because I don't want to be like held to it. I can do it, but I don't want to be held to you said you could do it, it sounds like crap, like that kind of stuff, right? AI music, I dabbled in something. I can't remember what it was called, but I created 2 tracks with it, and I was like, meh, it's good. But didn't feel human, and it didn't match whatever I was looking for. It just was like a generic. But this is probably about 6 months ago. I think there was like an After Effects plugin that I used for it, which I'm a fiend for. I have tons of plugins and spent a lot of money on plugins. Time is money. I'd rather just have a thing, plug and play, and let me do the thing versus learning how to do it by myself. Yeah, maybe it wasn't in here. I thought it was an extension of something. Nope, it's not. Do I have clients? Yes and no. Right now I don't have any at the moment, but I have a book of people that will reach out to me and have me do work for them from time to time. It's just been a bit of a slower year. I decided to kind of step away from a production company I was working with before and kind of take on more 3D and try to push that as a solo business for myself. But I ran into some snags partnering with somebody new, and just kind of put the brakes on what to do with my life. I've kind of focused more on passion projects. Right now I have an opportunity for where I'm living. My overhead's pretty low and I have a little bit of savings, so my thinking now is just kind of get my head straight, my health straight. I've been working out a lot more. Used to be a bigger guy. I could do a lot more in that regards, but day to day, just trying to make my life better and just try to live and enjoy the day to day because of my ability and my overhead, and I don't have a lot of expenses, so I might as well try to take advantage of that. It would be great if I had tons of money, because then I'd be saving and have retirement saved right now, but that's not quite coming in. So figure a couple more months of this at a minimum. And I mean, if one of my clients in my book is like, hey Sam, are you available? I got this work, needs to get done. I know you can do it. Are you available? I'd be like, yeah, 100%. So I'm just not actively seeking work right now, which I could be, right? With this ArtViz stuff, I haven't seeked any clients myself. I had a salesperson come in and try to bring in some clients, so I didn't have to spend my time to try to contract this, contract that. I was hoping that they would deal with it, but yeah, kind of went sideways, unfortunately. So yeah, I lost my train of thought. Anyways, do you have any clients? Do you do this? Well, I guess it's more of a hobby, right? So in that regards, like, what do you do? What's your job, your day-to-day? Do you have responsibilities, or do you have a fortunate to be able to kind of have some time to do what you want? And you're just trying to dial in, figure it out what you want, what to do, how to do it, step 1 through 10 to make it happen. Oh, cool, dude. I appreciate that. Get those little ones to school, or maybe asshole teenagers. But education's important, so being able to help facilitate those people to their destinations, that's good. That's funny. Yeah, it's definitely getting a crazy world. Those young adults. I've ran into some crazy situations in the city that I live in. I just couldn't imagine teachers and school bus drivers and what they have to deal with. But kudos. You gotta do what you gotta do, and then also at the same time be like, I get those kids to school, nobody else would, right? Not that you need that, but something to kind of be like, yeah, I'm helping. Anyway, sorry, I might be talking wrongly here. I guess what I was just getting at, some people tend to, I look at their jobs and it doesn't matter like where you are in life, right? Like I look at the job and how important it is on a society or community aspect, and most people don't. They look at, oh, you're not a manager or a boss, like pieces of paper that you went to Harvard. Like, what do you do? Are you a good person? Do you do good things? Do you try to do good on the environment? Blah blah blah. Like that's my focus, right? So anyways, rambling. But maybe with your job, maybe that's, you get some ability to have some time for yourself, or in between driving. I'm assuming you'll have some downtime, right? So if you have some passions, hobbies, and you're spending a lot of time on the brain rot, you just gotta find a way to switch those priorities a little bit, right? Or find that trigger to get you off that stuff, or add to it, create more for it, create your own little bubble for it. Oh, what's the second angle? Not that we need it, but okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Yeah. No, and it's a good way to dabble. Like, I'm kind of talking negative about it, but with brain rot, there's no right way of doing it or wrong way of doing it, as long as you captivate your audience within the first 2 seconds. I think it's even probably under 1 second now for attention span. But in that's the challenge, right? So if you can create this brain rot and your views go up, you have 100,000 views, 10,000 views, 1,000 views. It's kind of a sign that you know how to get your audience, or you're getting into the right feeds. So it's not a bad thing to start with. Let's look at some of that stuff there. The one that comes to mind is like that cat loaf. this thing here. Like, there's an art to it, like, to be able to make this thing look like that. These are happy accidents, as like I have to lean on that being more of a happy accident. Yeah, I've seen some stuff. My buddies send me stuff all the time from TikTok. Like, I don't have TikTok. I have Instagram, TikTok, and all that stuff, but I do not use it, right? But I have friends send me all the time and just like, whew. I either see it as like, wow, you had a skill set to be able to think of something that bad. That's good. Or, yeah. But yeah, if you haven't seen that cat one, I think that's the easiest. And how many views is that thing at? That one's more cat, I guess. People are hopefully people aren't watching that one, but okay. Yeah, like 2 million views. Just copy and pasting it, 16,000 views. Oh, and yeah, people have like remixed it, so that's one thing that you could do. It's also take like meme videos and remix them into psychedelic type stuff with like After Effects. This is the type of stuff I could do, and maybe would have fun doing it, like rotoscoping out a cat, adding deep glow from After Effects to it, animating the keyframe, adding a wiggle expression so you don't have to keyframe all that, repeater type effects so you don't have to animate all those positions. I wouldn't know how you do all that stuff. That's probably like, yeah, I don't know how you do that one. Anyways, there is a reason to maybe dabble in it. Yeah, probably the original. Stuff like this actually is also good to the recent stuff. YouTube, ASMR, that's a huge thing, right? So using AI, sounds like you're cutting through a rock, and then lava spill sound, and the sounds are actually pretty legit. What was I looking at? I can't remember what I was gonna look at. Anyways, brain rot. Oh, my girl. Where were we? Oh, I think that's what I was doing. Just general brain rot. Oh yeah, the hot dog guy. Oh, the chimp. Yeah, that's what I was gonna look at. Like, this stuff's super easy to make in like AI prompting, and it's gone viral. The rap, like celebrities rapping, or like Donald Trump rapping. Yeah, this guy came out of nowhere. Interesting enough, I kind of have a photo that looks like that from a very early AI. Jeez. Stop. See what happens. It does, it works, man. It works. That's why you just gotta be like, no, bad. Yeah, I think she's pretty good. The only thing is the background, so this, but character only, no background. Yeah, and I wish I could find that one track. It's gonna be a bit of a distraction. I wonder if Come on. Like, I listened to that song 100 times. It's so weird that it's... Can't remember the name of it. Damn. It's like it didn't exist at all. It's so weird. Oh, there it is. No. Sorry, this is probably really boring right now, but this has been on my mind and I don't want to forget about it. Try to solve it now. Another distraction. This is the last search I'm doing, and then I'm going back to it. Looks like they cut her out. That's going to be crazy cool to look at in a second here. Oh, the opening trailer is so sick because it's like she's all like robotic and she's walking through the desert, but then she has like a holographic thing on her shoulder that projects the digital space in front of her, and it's actually like the past, and she's like walking through it and like ripples, and then it cuts to like the present moment and we see shots of the present. But it was all to the cello number 1. So good, but there's a remix trailer version. Work depends. Anywhere from $300 project to my last one was $17,000. But that was from November last year till just this past month. Not that I worked on it full time, but that's how long the project lasted for. It was this one, yeah. Imagining the road transformations for the city that I live in. So it was a pretty big project. And I was billing $50 an hour out for that one. I do that for 3D and more trickier animations. My base rate is $35 an hour, and then sometimes I'll have discount rates and stuff for mom and pop shops or a first client, but I've been going at this for a while now. So I feel like I have enough portfolio and enough experience to justify those rates. If you don't want to pay those, then get your cousin to do it, right? But you tend to get quality that way. So those, to be honest, is probably just luck. The luck and who you know. Luck gets multiplied the more you put effort into it, the more you make your portfolio, it just increases that odds. But you could reach out to 100 people and nobody sees your vision, or nobody has the budget, nobody, like there's lots of stuff going against you, right? There's other people with lower rates and AI and stuff, so it's gonna be a lot harder to do it. But once you get in with somebody and you do a good job for them, then usually they'll tell somebody and they'll tell their friend and their friend tells their friend. So that's how my business has been mostly. I haven't advertised at all, but it's just like I do a good job for this one person. Oh, hey, do you mind, are you available to help this person out? Or that person will come back consistently one project a year, two project a year, one project every 3 years. Yeah, I tend to seem to like my clients that I have, one every 3 years I at least get one project from them. So if I have 10 different people that I kind of work with, then that kind of has been paying my bills and stuff like that. I'm not rich by any means. I have some nice hardware and stuff. That's where my money gets invested into. But my goal now is to try to get higher paying clients to get retirement and stuff like that. Knowing people is a huge thing. So for that city project that got me the $17,000, that was through a buddy that I went to school with. He got in with the city, and then it started off just with $1,000 project, and 6 months later a $3,000 project, and then next year a $3,000 project, and then a $5,000, $8,000, and then $17,000. So it just eventually kept getting. And the $17,000, I was like, hey guys, I don't know if you know, but I do 3D stuff. They didn't know I did 3D stuff. It wasn't until I said, hey, I've been working on this new skill set. Do you know about this, or do you have interest? Do you have clients that want this? And they're like, yes, we didn't know you could do that. But then I was like, do you realize how much this stuff costs? Yes, or no. So there's a bit of an education process in that. But it seems like so far nobody's batted an eye to the price, and they've been happy with the work. So, hey Rachel, how's it going? How are you? Thanks for coming by to the stream. Just doing some rambling about experiences, and we're also dabbling in some AI generation. I'm working on a contest right now for a 60-second story told with AI through LTX Studio. So what brings you to the channel? Are you a Blender, After Effects, Premiere, AI? Just checking it out. Saw it on the YouTube algorithm there, helping me out a bit maybe. Saved it. Is there anything that you want to know, learn, curious about? I'm an open book, so I appreciate you coming by, saying hi. Yeah, I appreciate that. I tend to do that from time to time too. Help out those underdogs and make their dreams come true. Not that I want to be a Blender or a YouTube streamer, but I do this for my work, so I figure why not stream it? I don't have a lot of responsibilities right now with work stuff, so I figured that I stream what I'm doing, and if people come along and have questions or find me entertaining, then it's something at least to fill the time, fill the gaps. What am I doing? I am making sure this is in my downloads. Trying to upload it for more reference angles. Here we go. Weird. This body shot. So right now, just some context. I'm using LTX Studio. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. But AI generation platform. So I'm trying to create characters. There's a problem with AI with consistency when you're generating scenes. So the goal is to create a character reference, so that way when you're generating your different scenes, you can call upon them at Ethan, at Robot, at Evelyn, and it will take whatever I'm creating as my character reference and bring that likeness into my scene. So that's how you're able to keep consistency. I had generated just one of these images earlier, so now what I'm trying to do is reverse engineer, go backwards, like, hey, I love this shot, can you take her out of the scene so she's just on a backdrop? Hey, can you make her wide? Her head's body proportions are looking a little off there, I think. Final Cut Pro, yep, definitely familiar with Final Cut Pro. Final Cut Pro 7, I think, was what I started with back in college. I didn't get into Final Cut X, I think is what it's called now or something, right? The iMovie version. I didn't like the non-linear editing, I think it was called, or something. But yeah, Final Cut Pro, I loved it. It's what got me into video editing. So my background is primarily video. I do video editing. That's what got me going. So it started with Final Cut, and then eventually bought into Adobe, or had access to it with different options, and then eventually started paying for it when the money started coming in. But video, then I did After Effects, which was 2D, 2.5D type stuff. And then just recently dabbling in 3D, and then just this year now into AI. So that's kind of my background a bit. But what do you do Final Cut? In Final Cut, are you creating short films? Do you do client work, personal projects, weddings? I haven't done weddings in a while, but that's definitely what a lot of Final Cut was doing for me back in the day. Yeah, well, it's a tool, man. And one thing, being a solo artist, it's hard to like get a camera, know how to shoot the B-roll properly, the shots that you use to make your film or whatever your content you're making. So what's nice about AI is just being able to like, hey, I need a shot of a time lapse of a city at night. We generate these in low qualities and then we up-res them, because when you generate them in low quality, you get four videos versus two. But yeah, scroll down here quickly. Some other stuff, like there's girls in architectural type stuff. Hey, show me real estate, trying to sell a real estate out in the boonies type thing, right? This stuff here, like I need a shot of a girl in a dandelion field, or daffodils. I think they're called daffodils. You're doing food product. Hey, I need a soup. Tim Hortons commercial. That's our coffee shop in Canada. Hey, I need a XYZ soup, right? So that's what AI is really good for. And then once you have your hundreds of scenes, your 10 scenes, then being able to bring those into CapCut or Final Cut, Premiere Pro, and assemble them, or even just using the editor themselves, right? Some of them have the built-in editors. So you do a little movies. Nice. What inspires me to keep going is movies. I'm just starting to kind of get into my own personal projects now. I've been doing, my whole career has been for other people in their projects or their client work. I have tons of ideas that I'd love to exercise myself, but I just haven't really done it because I've been busy or too exhausted by the end of the day to explore it. Now that I've scaled back on my client work a little bit because I'm fortunate with my overhead and expenses that I can afford not to bring in work or have to work. So right now it's just like, what are you passionate about? Passionate about storytelling. What's the story I've been working on for 10 years? That's what I've been focusing on to sum it up. But yeah, live in Canada. I'm in Ontario. Moved around in and around Ontario. I'm kind of in the heart of a city right now, but I'm looking to maybe eventually get back out into the boonies. Oh, nice. Fellow Canadian, Ontarioer. So you do little movies. Curious, do you have a current project you're working on? Nice, good. Do you do client work, or is it just more passion projects? Do you get paid for it, or is it passion projects? Probably with hands. But yeah, Mac, definitely CapCut. Definitely keep your hands in that. Another one for you, if you don't want to, I think CapCut limits you to how many exports you can do. Blender has a built-in video editor, but it might be a little bit complicated to use. DaVinci Resolve, I think, is free. This one's come a long way. I resisted it because it just was a color editor before, but now it's doing tons of different stuff. looks like it's free. So if you're sick of CapCut, maybe jump into Resolve or Blender, because those will give you some free timeline editors that you can easily import your AI clips that you generate and then assemble them. Well, that's cool. Lake Superior, that's where I lived in Thunder Bay. That's where I'm kind of looking to go. But you said the south shore of Lake Superior? What would that be? I think I would be the north, right? So Marathon? Oh, actually, I don't want to give your location out, but you're in the boonies, the north, I think, right? Nice. Yeah, so you're probably dabbling in somewhere in there. But yeah, I wanna get back up to here. This is where I was born and raised. This general area here. Some stuff popping in the area, and would love to get up that way and kind of help. Yeah. Oh, Bayfield. Yeah. Okay. Don't know if I've been there, but I've heard of it. Oh, Bayfield. There it is. So yeah, maybe you've crossed Thunder Bay way, maybe. But yeah, I love Ontario. Can't say I've traveled a lot, but I'm not a fan of the South. I'm having a hard time living down in this area here. People, you can't just. People are hard to trust nowadays, and yeah, that's a whole sideways conversation. But yeah, Mac, if you got originally into Blender, Blender, not sure if you know the video editor. If it had a video editor, but it's in there. It's in one of the tabs at the top. Tutorials on YouTube get you up and running in 10 minutes. But yeah, I have, actually, what did I do? I did 2 or 3 things in here, but I wasn't a big fan of it. Just because I'm used to Premiere and how everything's set up there. But yeah, free editor, but if you can keep it all in one software, where that's what's really appealing. So eventually it's on my to-do list to get into there and use video editing more, but I figure by the time I have time to do it, they'll have a new version of it, right? So until I need to, that's when I'm going to hop into there. But yeah, lots happening. That's cool that got some peeps that are passionate about media production in one form or another. If you're making little movies, are you doing historic pieces, documentary pieces, people, the area, environment? Or is it just like films that are just filmed in that area? You operate in that area? Terrible speller. Consequences of auto correction over the years. Or an excuse, laziness. Cool, appreciate that, Rachel. Thanks for coming by. Good luck with your journey. I hope your films do well. And feel free to come by, say hi again if I'm streaming. You should think about doing it yourself, maybe, if you got a little passion project. Get on the old YouTubes. But anyways, don't want to take you. Thanks for coming by. Enjoy your day. I don't know, Mac, does that look body proportion off a little bit? Her head's looking a little big for the bodies. This one actually, because I grabbed the one with no hands, or sorry, the one with no gloves on her hands. But looking at it now, this one's a little bit better proportion-wise. Try that one. Her face is all messed up weird. Let's put multiple angles for character reference. Give it a try, see what happens. Ooh. Have to get me another drink. Headless. That's funny. It's so weird. Like, well, why did it decide, oh, no head? Give me an option for clothing, I guess. Put any head on top of it. These ones have a rear shot. Not that we really need it, but it's there. She just looks a little squishy. Yeah, like the side profile, right? She's a little like... The other thing is we can bring it into Photoshop. That's a huge thing that people don't really do. It's going to set your AI stuff apart other people is using AI or using Photoshop to manipulate your AI image the way that you want it, right? If there's certain artifacts or if her face is messed up, then you can be like, hey, clean up artifacting. It might clean it up versus just running with whatever AI generates with. The example I have is probably really bad here. And it didn't work out because I just did really quick. This here, where he had glasses and he had like a white collared shirt that wasn't dirty and the eyes weren't red. So I just used the AI magic wand as like, hey, can you put military clothes on him? And that's what came up with. The baby was like dressed in a sweater, a soft Nike sweater or something. It's just like, hey, blanket, 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 red eyes. Actually, I colored in the red eyes myself. And then I was hoping to use this to generate stuff, but actually, I don't know if I've tried. Yeah, I don't think I've tried. Yeah, I don't think I've tried yet. Sorry. It's a few times and just my brain trying to replay the past couple days events here. Slap her in here, see what happens. It's definitely not what I would say is what I want the image, but it's 10% better, 15%, 25% better than what it was before, despite it still looking poopy. And actually I'm going to take a minute to, sorry to take up your time, but I'm going to clean up my workspace a little bit. I've gotten a little bit out of it. Oh, this was the VO3 one that generated that I liked. It's got audio attached to it. But I thought that was pretty impressive. But again, CG, looks really CG, right? Like the Final Fantasy animated movie. Something we could make in Blender, something that I would aspire to make, but I wouldn't be able to make this tomorrow. So that's where it definitely has the edge on me. That image that I generated yesterday. It was Photoshop, so that's why it won't let me do it. Let's go in here and export a PNG. Let's do that. Just want to clean up the desktop at least, minimal. This can go. This can go to I'm always in my streams when I'm in Premiere or After Effects stressing, make sure your files are organized. And here I am just like dropping stuff, getting bad habits. As long as you catch it before it gets out of hand, then it's not bad. I just took a picture earlier of my LTX just to see how much credits we used today. So bad. Oh, I think I brought it into After Effects and I was trying to make stuff glow before I did it. That's what it was. Again, I should have saved that to the actual folder. Look from device. Scrambles. I'm not going to give it any suggestions and just see what it does. Oh, guess who's back? No other little streams to chime in on or to get in on there to help out. Appreciate you coming back. Get my watch hours up. Appreciate that. Oh, because of the child. That's probably why. Makes it tricky for my series because it heavily revolves around a baby. And I understand why it's doing that, and I'm thankful that it's doing that, but how would I make a series about a child when I can't generate things of a child? Yeah, like this stuff here is super important. That's where I just have to use other AI that hasn't the same guidelines, I guess. Because I was able to generate that so far, and I love that. That was a new thing that I added. I hadn't considered, this is Cassiel, it's a character in my series. I hadn't considered them being like an entity inside of the orb. This was just a happy accident, but I'm like, it actually might have some kind of like Terminator consciousness to it or something. But really it's just the first 2 episodes that have the baby, and then it's a young adult after that, because we jump into the future a bit. Bummer. Well, that's appreciate you coming by and jamming with me still. Yeah, it seems like the streaming, I don't know, people hopping on streams have kind of died down a little bit lately. Maybe the market's too flooded, or maybe people busy. It's one thing I'm definitely fortunate for right now is my living situation and stuff. Have the opportunity to have fun, dabble in the AI space, hang out with you cool people from all around the world in my bedroom. It's crazy world we're living in. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Instead of getting on and making their dreams come true, they're spending their time on brain rot. Time is currency. Time is more valuable than money to me. Obviously, I chase money when I need it, but when I'm like, okay, I'm good, that's when it's time. How much time can I get? And then I spend the time spinning my tires and writing about the same thing over and over and over again between my different documents, trying to understand what I need to do, how to make sense of stuff. Multiple documents. Yeah, I have no experience making or writing something, but I definitely have this vision and this desire to tell this story. And what I see in my head is just epic. Like, just to give you some scale, like scroll in. It's one episode, all the multiple scenes. That's another episode. The different colors are different episodes and the different scenes. Not all of them have generations, but at least I'm starting to flesh out what each episode's starting to look like and what happens in each episode. Big focus on trailers and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I appreciate the setup, or the comment on the setup. Not the best angle of myself here, but sometimes I tend to dabble on this computer a bit, so I figure why not. I have a capture card and stuff, so why not exercise a second camera. Most likely this will be like the bunny cam, because I tend to have some wildlife come outside here, so we'll have a bunny cam when they come by. But I'm curious, like the audio is kind of the one thing that's lacking right now. I do have a nice microphone, but I only have 2 USB ports. One of them is this camera, and the other one is the hard drive for my project. So I'm likely tomorrow I'm probably going to move my project off my hard drive onto my computer, buy up the free USB, and then get my microphone in here so you have some crystal clear audio. Because yeah, I know right now it's just the Mac Studio display that's capturing my audio. Got one of those fancy monitors, and M1 Ultra Mac Studio, which I'm like, I'm not fast enough. I'm still not fast enough. I want a faster machine. And people are like, Sam, your machine's good enough. I'm saying that because in Blender it's taken me 3 to 5 days, 24 hours straight to export. Like a 40-second clip or a 2-minute clip. So my thinking is, if I have another machine, I can split that project onto 2 machines, and that 3 days become 1.5 days, maybe even quicker because the new machine will be a little bit faster, blah, 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 blah. And then every year, every 3 years, I'm just buying another one of these studios and just expanding onto my render farm, is what they call. Because like when you look at blockbuster movies like Transformers, like they have an entire warehouse filled with render machines. Because if they were using my machine to render it, it would take them, what was it, like 10,000 years or something like that? $288 per frame. And there's at least 1,000 frames in my last export that I did. $32 years. 1,000 years, I guess, was a little too out of the, but 32 years to export that Transformer movie with the drill guy going through buildings. So yeah, that's why it sounds crazy to get a new machine, but that's why I'm thinking about, and I would have, but it's just silly. Like, why can't this be an M4 Ultra? Why is it last year's version? Silly. But it's just so expensive. And right now I have a really nice machine, so just need to take advantage of what I got. And the other thing is I can make Blender more efficient. I'm sure I'm not setting the export settings properly. But yeah, for a fully decked out machine, that's what you're looking at. I think this time I would do that, but still do that. Yeah. Whew. I think last time it was 6,000 or 7,000. Yeah, it was probably around that I paid for it, plus the monitor. Anyways, those are my setups, my toys. I'm fortunate, I'm happy that I have them. Trying not to gloat too much, but it's important to have a machine that does the things to be able to do the thing. I understand that you're only limited by the tools that you have, right? So it's important to save. While we're talking about it, I'll show you my time tracker. I'm a bit of a numbers person, but how and why I spend money on the things that I do is because I save in other areas. So like I'm constantly tracking like my average per meal. How much is it costing me to eat out? Like people will be eating fast food out once or 2 times a day. I eat it maybe once a month now, where I used to eat it every day. I used to eat Subway every single day and justify it. But because I scaled back on that, now I have all this funds, extra money, years saved to date. I've saved 5,000 compared to last year based on my curve, right? So because I did all that savings, now I have $5,000 to go buy a new machine versus a bunch of Subway versus a bunch of chips and snacks and video games, even though I still spend money on video games. Like, what are we looking at for video games? Like, I bought a new Xbox so I could play with all my friends. That was a hard purchase for me to make, but I was like, I need social life, so I figured I'd do that. But then, yeah, like, I bought a new game this month, right? So that even just seems high to me. Or, sorry, that. But that's because the Xbox was in there. But yeah, it's important to save. When you save, you can convert that money into some fancy toys. Anyways, let's get off that train of talking. If you're still here, I haven't lost you. Just a bummer that she's a little squishy squish. This one's looking better. What are we doing next? Did we bring this into Photoshop? Maybe. Let's see if we can clean up her face there. She's a little artifacty. Get right in there. I've never done this before. Let's see what happens. What we could do is maybe just duplicate her eye, flip it, and that might fix it. She's supposed to kind of have like a bit of scarring on her face because nope. She's supposed to have a bit of scarring on her face because she's been in combat and had some hardships. Nope, not feeling it. Good job though, but not feeling it. Come on, mouse. Let's see if try that eye trick out. I don't. Again, not holding my breath. Can't say I'm an expert in Photoshop. I just know enough to get her done. Oops. I'm gonna try to feather around the edges. I'm well more. I can like probably do this better in After Effects. We'll see what happens. Free transform. Holy Hannah. Scrambles. No. I mean, it's actually not that bad. Better than weird artifacting. I don't know, what do you guys think? What can I do? Any suggestions? Is it looking okay? Better than what it was, at least? I don't want to make her eye like... Yeah, I can't do that. Oops. Can't play with scale too much. Other things we can maybe do is the stamp tool. Oops, gotta be on this layer. Yeah, it needs to be inverted. Feather. There we go. Getting something. Just enough to clean it up just a pinch. The hairs for some reason are bugging me. No, I'm not gonna play around with that too much. Oops. A little smaller, and then we're golden. Oops. Okay. What that thing is. Measuring tape? I gotta make sure I have a measuring tape. Too many fancy gadgets start to look cheesy. Even got the shadows on that. That's cool. Yeah, even like the shadows on that, like perspective-wise, it's other than here, right? We wouldn't have all that back there. We just have that, and maybe a trail. It tries to emulate something, and it sucks. Yeah, there's an antenna like hanging over her arm. Like that's not practical. It's totally a measuring tape. That's funny. But that's why we come into After Effects here, or After Effects, Photoshop, and try to clean that up. We're gonna get that. Let's clean up this one here. Oh, almost got her shoulder. Okie dokie. Nice bigger one for that other antenna and the measuring tape on her arm. She's supposed to have LiDAR, like a digital scanner device similar to that Death Stranding. And that's the measuring tape, not an actual one tethered to her arm, inhibiting her from moving. It kicked you out. What else? Hopefully I'm still streaming. I think so. Well, thanks for sticking in. Hopefully it works for you. It's nice to know I'm not rambling to myself, but if I am, it's all good. What do you think about the face here? I'm not sure if you caught that part or not, but I'm trying to fix the eye, and I cleaned up the cheeks on the left side a little bit already, but that eye, it's not the best way of copying it, but I feel like it's a better, looks better. Oh, maybe it doesn't look better. I don't know. They're probably both equal to me. It's just like preference, I guess, right? It looks a little more uniform there. But what I'm doing now is just going in and cleaning up some of this other stuff. I'm not sure if you caught me rambling about the measure tape on her arm there, but I thought that was funny. The AI put that on her. Where was I? Stamp tool. Easy does it. Should probably go on a little harder. The measuring tape. It's hilarious. Why? There's still human intervention needed, right? Because, well, actually, that's what's funny, is because sometimes, like, back in the day, what was it? One of the ones recently, Star Wars sneakers? Wasn't that, there was another one where it was, yeah, this one here. One of the ships, and they just took a picture of a shoe and then put it in as a ship. It works. Put measuring tape on the arm and it's some kind of fancy sci-fi device. Anyways. Oh boy. Just enough. Definitely like her outfit. It's good. Eye there. Something up where it's gonna like show up as a patch. An eye patch. And this eye. There go. Blend it a little more. Yeah, definitely better now. Question is the spacing. Doesn't need to be perfectly symmetrical, but whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I think we are gonna call that. What do you guys think? Does she look, proportionate wise, does she look like an actual person, or does she look a little off? Does she look like a badass bitch? Because that's kind of her role, so I need her to have some kind of sass and influence, power, authority, confidence. Let's see, it's into the folder this time, so Mac doesn't have to watch me organize my folders on stream, files on stream. Let's create a new one. LTX test. Why are we doing Evelyn? Evelyn's not in the thing we're doing. Sorry. Not sure if you guys are still here, but this is where I could maybe use some help. Because I'm torn between 5 or 6 different ideas. Probably 4. Because these are going to be part of the series, so I keep trying to want to explore them for this, but it's a 60-second video competition, so we need to make a story within that. Hey Zoo Films, how's it going? Thanks for coming back. Appreciate you. Hope your day is going well. Hopefully, I'm not sure if you're still here, Rachel, but if you're still here, let me know. Because if you're into filmmaking, I could use some advice. But this is where I'm stuck. Still pushing on the AI stuff. I'm working on that LTX Beyond the Script competition. We got this little competition going on, so I'm working on that. I have my series that I've been developing, so I figure I might as well produce something and enter a competition. Where we got to yesterday was I created 8 different scenes and brought it into LTX, but then it made it like 70 different scenes for some reason in the one mode that I was in, so kind of bailed from that because it needs to be 60 seconds. I think it's going to take too much work and too many credits to go backwards from this. But this was a good test to kind of just see when you copy and paste from ChatGPT. What did we copy and paste? All this here. Like I had it break down seconds and stuff. For some reason it didn't follow that. But ChatGPT was like, okay, here's your 60-second story. Now just generate the different scenes. In theory, all I need to do is generate 8 different clips and make sure they're 7 seconds long. And whatever's generated in them makes sense. And there's consistency between all of them. So that's what I am up to today. We are pushing on making a trailer. And then I just realized that I started bringing Evelyn in, one of my characters that I'm in love with because of the character that she is. I started to bring her into here and start creating a character reference but I realized that the one that I was focused on before did not include her. So that's why this. I woke up today and I'm like, okay, actually I'm going to change it. We're going to do it about this one now. And here I am like, is it about that one or should it be one of these other ones? So currently, so this one, actually let's go back. So this one I generated yesterday. What the short story in 60 seconds was supposed to be was a spaceship crashing through the atmosphere. For some reason it's falling and not operating and it's about to crash. The ship breaks in half and people get sucked out of the one side of the ship out into the atmosphere and they start falling. Ethan, the captain, shouts out to robot companion to jump out and capture her and catch her before she hits the ground. So as she's like, robot jumps out and he's like bouncing debris and stuff out of his way, and he catches her, latches onto her, and basically transforms and turns into an exosuit around her and protects her. And then they impact, hit the ground, but because she's human inside, all their bones and body breaks, but she survives the fall because of it. And then it ends with Ethan desperately taking the robot apart to get at her, because it's like all broken. So as he's pulling off pieces, where's the one shot here? I think it's in here. Yeah, like he'll pull pieces off and he'll start to see her underneath the exterior of the robot. And then we end with the robot as he's getting kind of torn apart. He says something on the lines of like, sacrifice me for these weaklings, pathetic. And then he's laughing and then he like turns, his battery dies. And Ethan carries her off into the distance. I'm hoping that's 60 seconds. It probably took me more than 60 seconds to explain it, but that's what the initial thing is. Oh, Rachel, thanks for coming back. Sorry it keeps kicking you out. That's a bummer. But I was hoping that you would come back because I'm kind of stuck and it sounds like you're a bit of a filmmaker. So I could use some advice or some suggestions on what to do if you're down to give them. So I need to lock in. I'm doing a competition. It's a 60-second short film, so I need to tell a story, an epic story in that using AI, something that people haven't really seen before. So yesterday I kind of used ChatGPT. I was like, hey, you know my story. What do you think would be the best to show in that 60 seconds? It gave me some ideas. Love all of them. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the best one you think? So it isolated this one for me here, which I went and did yesterday. So I kind of have this one generated already. I feel like I'm rambling, but I could tell you what happens in this one, but I'm now deciding, it's like, maybe that's not the best one to do. Maybe I should actually do this one, or this one, or this one. And I'm just like, which one do I do? They're all good. How do you decide which one to follow through with? Do you do it based on the tools that you have, the things that are most easiest to do? Not easy, but like the thing that's going to translate to the best AI generation, if that makes sense. I'm rambling, but I'm not sure if there's any... hopefully you understand my dilemma that I'm kind of facing right now. The other flip side to this of consideration is I only have so many credits and only so much time. Hence the little timer here. That's how much time I have left in the competition to make this thing. So I'm not sure if you're able to read this or not. Maybe I'll put it in white so it's easier to read. But I'm not sure if any of these jump out. Weird. Yeah, that's where I'm struggling, right? Because I gravitated towards this one because I'm like, yes, this one's epic. The research that I did, where was it here? Based on the research, long story short, it's important to make my 60-second about these here. Start with conflict. Introduce your problem right out of the gate, so that way people are hooked, right? You only have 60 seconds, so it's like, oh, spaceship crashing, falling apart, people getting sucked out. There's obviously a huge conflict here, right? Show don't tell type thing, right? Like I don't have to say, oh, the ship's falling apart, are we going to survive? It's just like the actions are like, what's going to happen? Are they going to survive? The emotional connection in my story, the woman being survives, but she's comes at a cost, sacrifice of the robot for a human, that kind of thing. So go with my gut. So you said you like that one. Which one? Would it be the Ethan's Crash one, or would it be the Evelyn's Awakening one, or one of these other ones? Sorry, might be hard to read with me moving stuff around, but I try to space it out a bit. Ethan's Crash, yeah. So the problem, well, not the problem that I'm having, the errors that I've already made today, not that they're errors, but Evelyn is not a part of that episode at all. She's back on Earth. She hasn't arrived to this planet yet, so she's not part of this series. So I need to kind of get off her, but we have character generations for her for future content. If anything, this is just a test to see how our character references are going, so that's a win there, right? Not a waste of time. Keep being directed, not having to explain what's going on. Music can play a great role. Yeah, so maybe I'll just go over these other ones quickly here. So Evelyn's Awakening. She arrives to the planet. Her team gets killed. She survives. Her robot companion ends up shooting her into an aquifer underground and saves her. She gets like shot out into a lake somewhere. But that's where this picks up. It's her like washed up on the riverbed, and she's like, oh no, my team, my stuff, my robot. I'm on this alien world. How am I going to survive, right? So it's like 60 seconds of her waking up, trying to use her device, trying to connect with people. She can't. She's trying to find her way through an alien world. She comes across like the magical forest deity, or Cassiel, which is a huge character in my series, which delivers our main character from the past to the present, blah, blah, blah. I can ramble about that, but there's a shot here where that looks really sick. Was it in here? Where are you? Oh, you're in here. Oh, sorry. Hence why you gotta make sure your stuff's all in the same spot. Hopefully you're still here, not getting booted. Lots to digest. Throwing a lot at you. Where is it? A couple shots first. So this one here. So like imagine her like going through the forest and then coming across this spherical thing that's kind of like transforming or jittering or glitching. And she doesn't know how to interact with it. Maybe she's terrified by it. Maybe it's drawing her towards it. Maybe that's what we end on the 60 seconds. So you have like that cliffhanger type thing. But anyways, that's what that one was about, was her surviving. We later see Evelyn in kind of like her home. So this is kind of like a prequel to how she found that place, maybe, is what I was thinking there. Ethan's Crash, I kind of rambled about that one. They're crashing through the alien atmosphere because the planet itself has a hard exterior atmosphere. So when ships go into it, they basically crash, fall through. So the ship gets broken in half. People start flying out. Ethan's like, robot, go save her. There's one scientist that gets sucked out. So he jumps out, latches onto her, saves her as the impact. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just cutting a lot of corners there, but that's what that one was about. Soldier's point of view with Cassiel. So there's a fight that happens when David is delivered. That scene there. So Ethan, they get an anomaly signal. Hey, there's a signal. Ethan, you gotta go find it. So he runs and chases it before the military gets there. So what I'm thinking would be really cool for a story is actually the 60 seconds is told from one of these soldiers' perspectives that we'll never see in the series itself. So the soldier comes across this warp thing. He's not threatened by it, but his other teammates are. And they start engaging with it, and he doesn't know how to react. He doesn't want to engage with this thing because he's like, he knows it's like some kind of celestial being of some sort, right? So I thought that would be a really cool story. And maybe he's the last one that survives and watches all his friends disappear because they get like teleported into like different time zones or something. The last one is a robot. So my main series is about David, Evelyn, and their companion robot, which is like an older type thing. But I thought of a point in his origin that he's actually like a Pinocchio robot, like a small child. And he wanders off into the alien world. People lose track of him like a child, right? And then he gets lost in the world. And then there's these alien lemmings that kind of like are overseers or guardians of the planet, and one of them finds robot and basically leads them back to the base. And it would kind of be a backstory to the Moon and Sun character that I've written. Anyways, rambling. Those are my top 4. We're leaning on Ethan's Crash because it has that emotional hook out of the gate, the climax. What am I trying to say? The conflict out of the gate. A lot of showing, don't telling, and then the emotional connection at the end. We wonder if she's going to survive that fall. We're like, oh wow, this robot's wrapping around her. He's there to save her. Is she going to survive the fall? There's that hero kind of like pose at the end as the robot crashes in the ground impact crater. But unfortunately, because she's human and the robot's not supposed to do that, like she suffers injuries because of it. Maybe becomes paralyzed because of it, but she survives the fall. Yeah, see that came to me last minute was the because the robot is Ethan's companion and they are like best friends, so that's why the robot was willing to do that stuff and they have to do what the master says. But the backstory is Ethan's a military scientist and he's creating military vehicles, weapons, and this robot is a version of that. So to your point, at the end when he's broken down and Ethan's ripping off his like disassembling him, right? He comes alive again and he's like, you sacrificed me for these weaklings? Pathetic. It's kind of like that Ultron godlike, the villain. There's a hint of the villain there, right? In my series that could come back up. So that's what I really like about that. So I guess what I'm saying is I've kind of convinced myself to stick with this one, right? It sounds like it might be the best. I'm leaning on Evelyn because I absolutely love her character, and I think that would be a crazy cool way. And initially, this whole thing started with Mid-Journey. Started with more of a I'm not a hardcore anime person, but there are some that I absolutely love, and Princess Mononoke would probably be some influence for this one. But initially was kind of hardcore anime sci-fi. There was these elemental deities, a water one, a fire one, a wind one, all that kind of stuff, right? But I realized that was kind of taking away from the story that was there all along, underneath all of that. So when I started stripping that stuff away, I was like, oh, this stuff's making a lot more sense and feeling right. But it's lost some really cool creatives. Sorry, let me catch up on here. Ethan's Crash. Sorry, I already read that. For me, Ethan's Crash is better. Or if you're doing the soldier one, you could work with a different point of view, but that only happens when a soldier dies and it switches to the other soldier, kind of like Battlefield. Yeah, that soldier one. See, I love these. I think this one would be the easiest to make. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I think this one's the easiest to make. That's why I woke up. I was like, it's cool, but it's not as action or hooky as the other stuff. This one's got it all, but it's going to be hard to make based on my first test so far. This one, the soldier's point of view, would be a little bit easier to make, and we've already got generations that are pretty badass in my opinion. Like, unfortunately, I need to generate these in LTX Studio, but we made this in Sora, and when the orb, like that, and when the orb starts spinning, I was like, oh, so sick. And then even some future generations. Actually, it would be on my YouTube. So that's where the soldier, I'm like, oh man, like the Animatrix. I don't know if you know of the Animatrix, but there's the Matrix movies. Then there's one called the Animatrix, where the first 3 episodes, there's like 8-10 episodes. The first 3 were actually like a part of the universe that were like behind the scenes. You didn't need to watch them to understand, but if you watch them, you're like, oh, the Matrix makes more sense now. Why they were in there, what happened before. So that's why I'm thinking this soldier thing would be kind of one of those episodes like the Matrix, where we see my story but through another character's eyes, that we never see in the actual series. What I'm getting at is show you one more shot of the Cassiel fight at the end. I think it was in this one. Yes. That right there. It's just for a quick second, but the soldier's falling. Like, imagine like we're from this perspective, and he's talking about Cassiel like creating like a frequency noise or something like that, and then everything freezes and his friend gets sucked inside and disappears. And that freaked me out, so I ran away, and you first person's perspective running through the bush or something, right? And then this shot here, the soldier, that's actually Evelyn. I was thinking that would be Evelyn. Before her team gets eliminated. That's another thing too. It could show the fight of her team getting eliminated. But that was more of a 3-minute music video. So many ideas, so many different things. But yeah, sounds like Ethan's crash. Appreciate your feedback there, Zoo. That's helpful. Same with you, Rachel. Yeah, definitely got to lock in, right? Hence one of my to-dos here. Lock in the story. And I started the timer at 180 hours, and now we're at 164, and I'm still locking in a story. But in that, testing LTX, getting familiar with it, doing a bunch of research, so the discovery, we're getting out of the discovery phase, and now we're getting into execution stage. We've executed on one idea, and if anything, it's confirmed. Like, what about the art style? What do you think about this art style? Do you think it should be that, or do you think it should be in a different style? I'm worried it's going to change all these 70 frames. Okay, let's go one by one. Let's see what happens. Just seeing if I can access the different styles. How it's gonna be, like how it's gonna look. So some of these I've generated an example. Let's see if we can make it full screen here. So it generates a still image, and then we turn it into an animated moving image, and that's what one of the scenes would look like, falling through the atmosphere, traveling through the atmosphere. That's what it would look like. This one's not the generation I would use. Where's the one where he's screaming? Screamy. Where's the screamer? Weird. Definitely getting lost and stuff. This one here. Like if he was talking like, hey robot, jump out, or go save her, something like that, right? Like I would use that, but I have to regenerate it until it does the thing. But the whole thing would be kind of in that art style, the black and white shaded. But what I would love to do is in After Effects bring in some color. What I was thinking, like water, give me a second to collect my words, water paint drop. So when you drop water in like water paints, it creates like that kind of bleeding. I thought it'd be cool to have like drips of that in each of the scenes or something like that, but maybe it might be too much. 4C, I'm not sure what that one is, but I'll Google it here. 4.3. Oh, that's nice about the watercolor type stuff. Do you see what I'm kind of laying down for that? Or you can envision how it would kind of look? Or was it towards something else that I said there? See, I was thinking about that too. Like in the Animatrix, they had the noir. I think they call it noir style. Yeah, after the stream, spend an hour and clean up my files. Spend way too much time trying to find stuff. I'm doing a quick job of it, but noir. Where are you? Silly, like I just did a bunch of these. Anyways, detective story, Animatrix. So I was thinking like that style. So that's why started with that scribble type thing. It wasn't noir, but it was the black and white. But if I could do something like that, of like ship falling, crashing, flames, clouds, space, speed rays, whatever you call those. So that's one thought. Oh, the scribble was also kind of like that, where it's like, it looks like each frame is being drawn. That's what I thought would happen with this generation, with the scribble, but that wasn't quite happening. It's just kind of like graphic novel is what I would call this. But if we can push forward into the style, I'll show you what the other ones look like. Because there was a couple other ones that jumped out to me. Oh man, I wish I could go back to the scene for the other thing. Colored was cool, anime, film noir, I think was disappointing. Y2K was interesting on the other one. Yeah. Well, with my, I like the green, but I also don't want to like copy the Matrix, right? Because they use a lot of the green, blue, and red. Well, as I say that, mine is influenced with blues and reds. The Journey, which I think I may have open already. Yeah, the deity thing. So yeah, the back to the Princess Mononoke and the deity. Like I had a bunch of deities that I initially had in there, but blues and reds are kind of like a huge thing in mine. Some of my earlier generations were in those colors, and I was like, yeah, I love that. Blue being like calm, comforting, red being error or danger. So like when Ethan's running through, they get the anomaly, Cassiel shows up with David, they don't know what it is. Red sirens going off in the facility, right? I'll show you here in a second. Ethan in the shower when he's like contemplating, blues and reds are happening. Blues and reds. The creatures, when their eyes are blue, they're like calm, but when they're red, they're obviously ticked off, on fire about something. Anyways, don't need to show you, but yeah, blues and reds. So if I could do noir and the blue and red, I think that'd be cool. Just two-tone, three-tone, tritone type stuff. It needs to be unique, it needs to be different, the goal of this competition is they want to be able to showcase their software creating something. Let me paraphrase. Showing a unique way of using AI to tell a 60-second story. Something unique. Yeah, so showing a unique way. Is noir unique? Is scribble unique? Anyways, let's click on film noir and see what happens here. The other thing is I'm pretty good at After Effects, so do we just take the scribble? Do I rotoscope? Do I cut out all the characters and then do like everything's blurred in the background, everything's glitched in the background, only the background has color to it, my characters don't? Is there a kind of like drop shadow type of effect on my characters? Yeah, actually, with how you laid it out, I just got thinking like one shot, so maybe it starts off red, we're in the sky, it's blue. Red is anytime there's like action or unknown or uncertainty. But yeah, you can see, hopefully you can see the difference from what we had before to what we have now. Like you can see definitely the film noir type aesthetic to it. I was really hoping this one would be like Scavengers. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that one. Scavengers Rain. Scavengers was the short film they made, and then they got picked up to be Rain. But I was hoping it would be kind of this style. Falling out of the ship and crashing and stuff. I thought it was kind of a simple but very unique. This is a huge inspiration for Alien World. Obviously they did a really great job of projecting a brand new Alien World. But that's what I thought the hand-drawn would be, but you'll see in a second it's more like Caillou. Or your Teletoon cartoon, your kid's cartoon, your child's book. The way you position that reminds me of a music video that is also kind of a reference, influence. Desire. Solomon. Remix. This one's a little bit longer. I'll just do the original. Yeah, I did the red and blue thing before listening to this, but I had listened to this song a while ago, and then, but yeah, it's like this, right? Like if the sky was red and clouds were blue, our characters were blue, but everything else was red. And maybe there's an inversion at some point, or maybe it flickers between the two. Maybe as she's falling, colors are flickering. Okay. My only gripe with, not gripe, but my concern is it's like, is it unique? Is this really showing off AI? You should use our platform because Sam created this thing that, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking about it too much. But yeah, the colors. Now that you mention it, yeah, like this. I love this, the blue and the red, the contrast. The hero, the villain. The robot's red, but everybody else is blue. Or the robot's blue and then red at the end when he gets corrupted from his jealousy or his, whatever it is. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like the half of the shot, like if you're looking at symmetry, right? Blue, red, red, blue. There's the flickering that I'm talking about, the disappearing. Like different realities kind of slapped on top of each other. Okay. Yeah, this is what I struggle with, right? Like, am I checking all the boxes? Obviously, it's a contest, and there's so many variables to win, and it comes down to preference. They're going to watch something, and even though if I check off all the boxes, they may like something else just because of how it looks, or because it's realistic, right? It's the blockbuster, transformer quality. It's not an animated stop and still. This is what this is, right? Like stop and still. But what's cool is the stop and still, it's like flipping between the two different worlds. But they're overlaid on top of each other like that. I love that imagery. The rose falling apart. sick. Okay, so that's locked in. I can ramble, but we're gonna lock in. If we're gonna do the noir scribble style, then it's two color, tricolor. Nice, sweet, man. Well, I'm glad brought it up. Glad we covered it, because not that you want to copy other people's work, right? But obviously, art inspires art. Definitely watch the whole video with music. Even watch the Solomon one. It's a little bit repetitive, but I really like it. But yeah, this is a very artistic video. Oh, another really cool blue and red one is Hopkins Vessel. It's so crazy, like the red and blue influence. I'm starting to realize that I've had a lot more than I thought. But you have to listen to the music because it's like timed to the music. Hopefully I'm not giving you epilepsy, but it gets pretty crazy. They're using like masks of shapes to like the music, and then obviously duplicating, inverting, mirroring, a lot of mirror type stuff. But yeah, it's so sick. It's my favorite shot right there. To the music, it's so sick. Just how it glitches to the music. Oh, it's so good, dude. And there was a behind the scenes about this and how they made this. I think they made it in like 3 days. They obviously had a bigger plan for it. But they just basically had these dancers show up with these outfits, filmed them for, I think, a day. And then he just went ham in post-production. And I think they wanted to do more because you can see like the shapes and stuff. They started to bring that in, but it's just for one part. And then like the overlays, but maybe it was intentional to get ramped up. But this was a sun and moon, I believe, a sun and moon type scenario in their outfits. But yeah, check that one out as well. Pretty cool stuff. So many choices, so many things to do. Let's click a couple through these here. Because like Scribble Animate, we could do the same thing and I can just tint each of the layers. So instead of having colorful world, I can just have 2 color, 3 color using the tint in After Effects. I think we're going to stay away from the realism, right? We're going to kind of do more of the cartoon art. Yeah, these are like chibi style, which scares me. It's not your Attack on Titan. Kind of reminds me of, or what's that one? About the internet. .hack, but there was another one that came out that was like it. Anyways. I like colored. Colored's good too, because if we rotoscope that and tint it, it's just the way the detail is. Other than this one, she's looking weird. These two are looking real. Weird. So that was colored. We did scribble, 2D novel. The problem with this stuff is it's taking up processing, computing problem. Yeah. What did we start with? 90, 76. So we've already gone through 600. So I got tons. Like, I don't know why I'm worried about it. Definitely the first season, okay? Yeah. Because now that I brought up that Desire video, right? I just need to basically, terrible way of saying it, but for the falling out scene, it's basically kind of copy that. But instead of the guy is a robot in my scenario. And it's not the whole thing falling, it's just First person perspective, ship. First person perspective, ship crashing through the atmosphere. People, see, there's too many scenes, so get rid of. Maybe Ethan trying to dial in, try to get access to his ship back, but he can't get control, it's all powered off. Ship rips in half, or just before it rips in half, there's kind of like that frozen in time moment that they lock eyes with each other, and then the ship gets ripped away, like somebody like tearing it, right? And then she gets sucked out. And then what's supposed to happen is that screaming scene is supposed to happen next. This robot, save her. He jumps out. They do the Desire. This is where the Desire music video happens. And I don't know if AI is going to be able to do it, but what I want happening is either the robot's like chassis opens up and latches onto her, or like pieces of it flies off of her and starts to like build around her. But that's going to be really hard to make AI do that. So like this here, but it's the other way where robot is reaching for her, and then he's transforming. So sick, the heart on fire. He's transforming, latches onto her, and then they do the superhero pose at the end, impact crater, and then the robot gets up, takes a couple steps, and then like breaks down, right? I kind of want him like hunched over, so that way when Ethan's ripping off parts, she kind of like ejects from him. Oh, maybe. Like, that's the thing. Like, I think I have these original ideas. The atmosphere thing, I realized probably was influenced from Star Wars Rogue One, because there was only one entrance in and out of that planet. But it was all mechanical, digital technology. Mine's actually like part of the atmosphere. It's like natural, other than the gate. They build the gate to be able to get in and out of the planet. But what were we talking about? Iron Man. I need to look this up because I don't want to like directly rip off stuff. And maybe that's where I'm thinking all the pieces fly off and build around somebody. Iron Man. I don't want to have to watch all of them just to find the one scene. Oh, maybe it was like... Oh, yeah, he does call the different pieces, right? I forgot about that. Loki pushes them. Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember Loki too much. I know of Loki, but I don't remember seeing too much of him. It's been a while. I think I've watched them maybe once or twice. Yeah, it's not ripping off, but I like the one thing I hate is like I feel like I have some unique stuff, so it would be a shame to be like, oh, they ripped that scene off Iron Man, couldn't think of anything original. But I'm like too hyper focused on it, right? Everything's kind of already been done before. I'm spending too much time dwelling over this stuff versus just doing it. I recognize that. But it's great when you guys come along because then you're like, hey Sam, stop the chatter, lock in, get her done, bud. So that's been helpful today, thank you. Yeah, that was the suitcase, so that wasn't necessarily like the pieces flying towards them. Oh, this part here. I don't remember this, but this is probably what you're talking about, right? Oh my god, yep, that's it. Weird, I don't remember seeing this. Was this the Loki show, or was this part of like Avengers or something? Oh, no superhero pose. That's what I got. Yeah. The superhero pose is like Deadpool. I think he makes fun of that girl when she jumps from the top of the ship. Oh, here comes the superhero pose. Oh, there it is. Not that I want to do that, but the robot would obviously like brace for impact, right? So that's why I'm calling it the superhero pose. Well, this is good reference, at least. And maybe we can use these screenshots to help influence what I'm trying to capture here. That's the thing, mine doesn't have any jetpacks to race. I just feel like the weight of it would eventually catch. Oh, this is a skyscraper, so I have more time to fall. But maybe he needs to boost forward a little bit to catch up to her. Damn, it's too bad can't see the whole thing there. Yeah, I think what I remember is like there's parts of him that come. He gets his arm first, and then maybe something like this. But I thought he was fighting a villain. Yeah, I definitely had seen this. I'd forgotten about this. Maybe the whole thing, maybe just like as they're falling, the robot's skeleton, but all its armor like pulls her into the chassis of him. Yeah, that right there. That's probably, yeah. Something like that was what I was thinking. I definitely was influenced by this. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I was influenced by. Stuff like this. Yeah. I'm dwelling too much. But what was going through my head there is like, how do you get AI to do that? Okay, anyways, it's saved. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that. It was not a distraction. It was necessary for discovery. So, to confirm, Noir meets Desire. And then we're simulating Iron Man. Mechanics. Also the style, I call the style noir, but it's probably, we should probably be calling it Kurosua to give it the proper credit. Oh yeah, here's some of that blue and red stuff I was talking about. And the tech and stuff in the hallways. Anyways. Yeah, the 2D novel isn't bad either. Do one more, Y2K. Yeah, locking everything in. So, lock the story, use one below. Confirmed. Stop thinking about. One. Actually, let's put this above. Locked in. Ethan's crash. Script out the 60-second, which I think we've already done. I don't know, I probably glazed over it, but this is what I have so far. Spacecraft descends violently through the atmosphere, inside flashing red lights, alarms, turbulence. Ethan grips the controls, the crew braces. We have a voiceover. The second scene, the exterior, the ship splits into two. The rear half shears away. Bodies and cargo are pulled out. Chaos, Ethan screams. Then we have slow motion of the scientist that falls, gets pulled out. She's falling through the clouds. Robot sprints, jumps out of that hole, because he's like heavy, right? So he's not going to get sucked out. Or maybe he's even holding on to stuff. Dies out after her. So we have that Iron Man fall happen. Powers up. I'm going to save you. Back to the thing. It gets around her. They hit the ground. Unfortunately, they hit the ground. Impact shockwave rolls through the dust. Grass blows from the AI to do stuff like that. The robot buffers the fall, but the woman is unconscious, arm twisted unnaturally. So maybe I might change that to just like she looks like she's really hurt. Then the robot lies broken there, standing there, sparking. Ethan, we don't see it, but Ethan's able to land his ship, and then he either runs over or maybe drives over. Has that moment of like, oh my god, is she alive? Is she okay? And then he maybe has power tools, pulling all that stuff off. Yeah, we may have to extend it. 60 seconds, it's hard. Hard to tell a story in 60 seconds. But anyways, she wakes up. Oh, Ethan. Ow. Pulls her out, and then that's maybe as he's pulling her out, the robot comes alive and says the thing. And then the last shot that we see is a silhouette shot. So like Mario side scroller, maybe the flame of the wreckage flame is behind them, but the characters are silhouetted, and then robot's kind of just like sitting there frozen, and then he carries her off to the side of the screen and it ends. Or maybe he has glowing red eyes and they dissipate, and it's just a black silhouette of him up against the wreckage. So if you caught all that, that is what the script is. Does that make sense? Does it sound good? I think from what I've gathered, it is. But maybe we need, I said it earlier, maybe we need to expand on it. You need to expand on it. So maybe the next plan of attack is generate an image, like I've done for my storyboards. Generate an image of each of these scenes by themselves, not like as a group batch like I did yesterday. Once each of the scenes are done, we bring them into Premiere, put them on a timeline, make sure it's 60 seconds. That's how I edited my first trailer. And then once we're happy with those images in the order, then we bring them to life. Replace the images, add music, add sound effects, After Effects. I want 3 days, at least 3 days to do that. 3 to 5 days to do that. So we need to get this AI generation happening. Cool, awesome. Thanks for the confirmation. Not that I need it, I guess, but I really appreciate you sticking around and hearing me ramble through it and make sure that it's good. Because obviously ego and maybe a lack of confidence. Not confidence, I guess, just making the right decisions. But anyways, lock her in, bud. That's what we go to the tagline. Lock her in, get her done. Story is pretty sound, but maybe we need to expand or tweak. But let's start generating images for scenes. Put them on the timeline. Edit to 60 seconds. Then generate moving images. Okay, so next step to lock in would be use LTX for asset generation. Use the lighter mode to iterate, lock in design characters first. So we know we have Ethan robot and the woman scientist. There's going to be other people that get sucked out, but do they need to have character references? And there's a whole team that survives too, so, and they're in cryo. But we don't need to explain why there's only a handful of them awoken. Cool, dude. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate your help. See you soon. Definitely, hopefully you can see this journey out and see your hand in it. But anyways, have a good day, dude. Appreciate you. Actually, with that, I might actually take a little breaky poo. How long have we been streaming for? 3.5 hours. I definitely need to drink more water. I was thinking about an energy drink, but I should only have one of those a day. I'm just feeling good and drained, unfortunately. So yeah, we're on scenes. We're generating scenes for these different things. And we're gonna redo, so we're gonna get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, we need one of these at least. Sorry. Scrambles. I'm just gonna stand here just to come back. The other thing we can do is just delete every other scene and just keep the top 10. There's so much work to be done. I didn't do any character references. Well, I did do character references, but they still didn't even work here really, right? Anyways, rambling. Let's reset. Let's reset. Okay, we are going to reset. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Rachel, if you're still here, sorry. I'm going to be just taking a little quick breaky poo. What am I trying to do? Leave a note. I'll be back probably sooner than that, but just in case I get held up a little bit. If the kitty shows up, I might be a little bit later. Oh. snacky poo, a little more sugar. Okie dokie. We are generating scenes. Wouldn't be flashing red lights because the power would be off. Continuity. Oh, so good. capture this. I can see it in my head. What would you call that? Perspective from the ship, but from the nose, looking down the alley. I'm just trying to find my way. The song is killer. 9 Inch Nails. What do you call that? Oh man. Just thought of, I don't know if I can talk about it. As the robot saves her, there's also other people falling. And he tries to grab one and save one, but as he falls, it's a pretty horrific scene, but what that means is it fills in a gap for later on when Ethan's team was like, why did you save her and not the other person? And Ethan buries that weight despite him not just choosing who, well, he told her to save her, so. But it's a burden that he carries with him pretty badly. Just something that I could relate and feel with. So I'm getting a little emotional, sorry. So I think this story has something to it, because it's just crazy, these characters' stories. And the burdens that they bear. But I don't know if AI is going to be able to make that one. That one's hard. It's going to be pretty violent too. Like, force of impact going through a robot. It's not going to be a pretty sight. But it will be unique. What was I doing? LTX contest project. Initially, I had them go out and explore, Ethan and a few other people, and then they run into a monster, and then he's the only one that survives. He didn't bring robot with him, but he drags back one person, and they die along the way. Maybe that's on top of this, but this could replace that and simplify it. We still achieve the same emotional situation of the burden of having to choose a life over another life, and how personal choices get in the way sometimes. Because to recap, like, he probably should have saved the other person. I gotta make them important. Maybe Ethan's not the captain of the ship. But he would, yeah, he needs to be the captain so that he tells people not to go for David. Yeah, we may just have to get rid of all them, but the bug. There's a cool thing because Ethan, or that person that survives, they're about to get eaten, or we think they're about to get eaten. The monster's picking him up, pulls out a flare and jams it in his eye, creates a scar. So later in the episode, like many days or weeks later, when Ethan goes to get David, brings him back to the base. As they're going back to the base, they run into that same creature, and Ethan's like fully submitted and knows he's gonna die. But it shows up with red eyes, and David reaches out to him and turns him into blue eyes, and then turns back to red eyes and rushes towards the military. But that scene's pretty powerful, because if we earlier saw what we thought that monster was gonna like kill Ethan and stuff, and there's clearly he remembers him in this situation, but it's David, that the child, that somehow convinces the monster not to attack Ethan. But if we remove the monster scene for this, then that whole scene falls apart. Not that it falls apart, but it's lost. It's probably the first episode. I was having problems. I think that first episode was too long, or too many things was happening in the first episode, so I was trying to find ways to remove it. And last thing I talked to with my buddy was that he had not convinced me, but it made sense not to spend so much time trying to tell the backstory. Maybe of them, I think it was them crashing through the atmosphere, so that's why this works really well, because this is the Animatrix episode for that. Okay, sorry I'm rambling, but I'm just trying to, got caught up in a what if then scenario in my head and just trying to work through it. I don't think a whole lot's changing here. I was talking about the bug. Encore, encore. Since it's a little bit of an inspiration. Nice. Getting up there. Oh, it's sick. Not that, like, it's copying. this right here. I thought it was him, but maybe it's the girl in that. So it's not one eye. So I have that. It's a porcelain doll. Her eye's gonna be revealed and it'll look at Ethan. Claims go in the wrong direction. I don't know. I feel like I got a banger. Whew, she's gonna be tight. How many scenes, shots do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15.4 seconds each. What's to stop them? It is the girl. Interesting. Alright, we're locked in. We'll get rid of this. Yeah, I'm definitely wasting time now, but just want to clean up my notes because it's feeling heavy. Yeah, sorry, definitely haven't been talking a lot. Just kind of wait for people to hop in or message. That way I'll run off again, but until then, I'm in my head, which you can't really hear, unfortunately. But what was I doing? Just clean up my notes. Buddy has a house coat for an advertisement. Oy. I don't know what the deal is with that. I've seen that a couple times now. Yeah, I'm not sold on narration yet. Oh, yes! Yes! That is sick! So simple, but oh my god, that is just a huge unlock. Beautiful. Love it. Sorry, got excited. Because Callian, also them crashing through the atmosphere wakes up something. So for a moment, Callian latches on the robot. Oh, that is cool. It gave me bad goosebumps. And it's actually Callian, sorry, holy moly. Speaking through robot. Callia occupies Ethan's other robot, Kelper, his cat. Oh, robotic cat. Man, that is sick. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Oh, that is so sick. Love it. Even just the narration. There was no point to have the narration before how he had said it. I rebuilt him once, but now I wonder what else I woke up. Well, the little but by attaching sacrifice me for the weak, pathetic. I was initially directing that towards Ethan and kind of connecting it back to his wife, or suggesting that underneath robot the entire time is this sinister thing. But that still exists, but oh, that's so sick. He's talking to Kalia. He's not actually talking to Ethan or anybody there. He's talking to Kalia, which is probably standing beside them. Callian. Oh, so badass. Those two characters are oh, do I not have the newest one on here? Weird. The guy that's screaming with the spikes. That's Sentinel. That's Kalia. Where's Callian? Callian. So that's the guy speaking through a robot in that moment. And oh, it'd actually be kind of cool if Sentinel was there too, but it doesn't make sense because he's on a mountain waiting for these guys. But yeah, that's Kalia. She'd be standing behind Ethan. Oh, that is such a cool idea. Cool idea. Love it. Just by adding one word. Sorry, itchy nose. Why does it keep adding the flashing red? It has no power.
Where are we at for streaming? 5.5 hours. Getting there. Okay, I'm feeling good about scenes now. But I don't know if I have the energy.
So good.
So this is where we'd want to create a character reference for Ethan. I'm just curious. Sorry, so good. Ugh. Where was I? What was I doing? Probably the last one. Let's see what this does. Yeah, like, it's gonna be, we're gonna have a hard time trying to nail this one. T is not doing a good job. Or LTX is not doing a good job translating. I'm really just having fun now. This isn't going to be pretty scene. Like, this should be Ethan. This should be more hunched over. Definitely gonna be tricky. We definitely want to do character references first. Some beautiful pictures. Love them. Poor bastard. A little better. Just we're up in the mountains now. Come on. It costed, I've used 1,000 today. So it's 90 days. trippy visual, but not what we're looking for. Oh, we're close. This is where I hope we can use Photoshop. I can use Photoshop, but just for the contest, I mean. I make a deal about well, should the Bible from her no Come on. sorry. Oops. Oops. Yep. Hey, Rachel. Oh. Hey, dude, how's it going? Didn't see you come in there, too. Got a couple people. Apologies, I was just in my little space there. How did your day shape up there, Rachel? Nice. Apologies for getting booted earlier. I'm not sure what that's about. Hopefully it's not an ongoing thing for you. I'm going with Ethan's crash. Definitely spent some time contemplating it, but Zoo was there. He helped me out a bit. And then since you guys kind of bounced there, I just got in the zone and was able to lock in, and then able to break up my scenes a bit. So I'm feeling really good about it. So thanks for the help today. Really appreciate that. It's definitely helpful having a soundboard to bounce stuff off with, and obviously I was having difficulties choosing between the different, where are they there? Different ones. I thought they were all pretty good. But anyways, don't want to ramble about it too much, but I'm definitely leaning on Ethan's crash. So what I've been doing today is I decided to go back to the previous storyboard I was working with, and I've kind of just gutted it, and now I'm trying to tweak the different scenes to hopefully be able to tell the story. Obviously, the scenes aren't set up properly because, like right here, it's supposed to be the robot and the woman. Here, they're supposed to be combining into one, but they're like obviously in that hero pose mode. It's not working as is. But I gutted it. It's looking a lot better in my head. I just need to be able to make it what you guys should be seeing. Tripping over my words there, but hopefully you get what I'm laying down. The platform is very complicated. Well, it's not complicated, but there's a few different things to it. Oh, see, I lost myself. Where was I? In here. This is what I did previously. But I'm enjoying it. I don't want to ramble about it too much, but I'm kind of getting my head wrapped around it. It's definitely pretty detailed compared to the other ones that I've been using. VO3 itself definitely doesn't have this, so it's kind of cool to see that you can use VO3 and set your storyboards and stuff like this. But before you hopped in there, I'm just trying to modify the images to better my vision. because I'm having trouble trying to get like, let's see here, let's go over here. I didn't do the multiple iterations, it seems like. See, it's weird, it doesn't want to save a history of stuff for some reason, but I haven't generated it yet. Not at that stage yet, unfortunately. I mean, I could preview it. Where am I at with? So I've used 1,000 something credits today. Screw it. Let's see what it does. We got some credits. We should be good. If it's doing something. Preview. Oh. Okay. I see what it's doing. I think. It's definitely doing them all. So what's happening here? Nothing so far. So much flashing. What's happening? I don't understand. How's things your way, Lumavox? Have you been able to pick away at your stuff? How's your condo stuff doing? Did you push that forward much? Nothing yet. That's good, that's good, that's good. Sure what's going on. Let's refresh it. So yeah, it did generate. No. Weird. I don't know what that was about. Still figuring stuff out. I feel like it's probably in here that it's gonna do it. No. I've generated some scenes, so that's what one scene looks like. Nice, sweet. Look forward to seeing that. Oh, cool. Well, it's actually built like the still version of it, at least. 2 minutes and 50 seconds so far. Like I said, I've generated some of the scenes, so that's why some of them are playing and some of them aren't, because I went and hit the generate motion button. That I'm not happy with at all. Definitely don't want it to look like a graphic novel. Well, it looks like a graphic novel, but I don't want like images to be stilled. I want them to be animating. I think this one should be like stuff like that, but keep moving. His eyes. So they're falling through the sky. The robot's supposed to be latching onto her right now. I thought I deleted that one. So it looks like it's still got all the old storyboard in it. Yeah, it still has the old storyboard stuff in it. So yeah, still learning the program a little bit, but it's super cool. Tomorrow, I think we're going to get into the meat of it. You're going to start seeing some generations. The last couple days have just been trying to sort my brain out to what to do, but we are following these steps, and this is the next step. Not sure. It could be my, I have it running on my other computer here, so maybe that's the other viewer. Just able to see the chat a little better on my other computer. Also, get more stats. So I appreciate you being here. But if there's a third person here, appreciate you being here also. Definitely, we're getting on the tail end of my day. How long have I been streaming for? 6.5 hours. Definitely not the longest stream, but trying to aim for that 5 to 8 hour workday type thing. And there's also a reason to maybe take a break, because I think I've hit some pretty good milestones. I've cleaned this project up. There's just a lot of work to do, which I want to kind of like dial into. Stuff like the Photoshop here. But maybe the last thing I'll do is finish this. And then we'll run it through LTX and see if we get a cool result. Oops. 6 hours, yep. Yeah, it's I'm not sure eyeshadow if you're talking about mine. But yeah, when you're starting to push the 6 to 8 hours, you start to look zombied. What am I doing? Headed for a breakdown. That's the music. Exports. Was that a PNG that I did, or was that the PSD? It was PNG. Save the PSD as well, just in case we want to come back. And editor. Yeah, see what's if you're using AI, what's really cool that I like to do is, like, even though that you have shots that you're not going to use, like these ships in the background were pretty handy. I ended up just using one of those to kind of make the pronounce the ship in the comment a little bit better. Also deleted that, tried to clean it up, and we got your exhaust flame type stuff. Obviously, maybe that's not how it looks, but yeah, going with it. Actually, let's go generate motion. See what happens. Let's see what happens. Not even processing yet, which is weird. They got some weird music videos. Oh man, it's promising. Promising. I'm liking the I don't know if you can see my hands, but the scribbleness of it. But it's not creating, like, it's going backwards. Oh, we almost got something there. Promising, promising. Well, how much did that take? So 120. So pushing up 2,000 today. 12,000. So yeah, I'm just thinking if we have 6 days left, 2,000 a day, that puts us at 12,000. So we still got tons of credits. Tons of credits. Curious, what does this one look like? Video. Definitely anime. Okay, we'll just do that one. See what happens. Sorry. Should be up tomorrow. Yeah, I'm excited for you, dude, that you're getting back into Blender and producing some stuff. Curious to see how things shape up. Looks like sounded like you were filming today, some footage you recorded while you were working on it. So I'm curious what that's about, if you were filming. Man, it's gonna have like kind of a Sin City look to it, maybe even. We were leaning on Desire. So use the cell shaded or the scribble, but hopefully in After Effects, color it blue and red. Kind of putting our heroes in blue and villains in red, basically the robot. Yeah, I really like that visuals. So, but now what's happening is it's turning into a Sin City type style. Actually, I might watch this tonight. Red. It's been a while since I watched this one, and I definitely wasn't a fan of it. So I think I need to give it another chance. 'Cause people have raved about it. That one there, probably, but we'll have to cut it short, like just cut it just before. Gonna be cool if we can pull her off. Oh, I gotcha. Filming you doing. Gotcha. That's probably what you're up to. I thought maybe you were like filming your apartment and you were motion tracking it or something. Yeah, the reflections. I'm curious if you figured that out. Maybe we can open up mine, show you where I was at. Oh, I don't have that hard drive plugged in. 1 second. Tail of the day, we'll flip her into some Blender. I think I might have shut her down soon and get some food. Should probably have to close here. Oh, I forgot I was doing this too. Just playing around, starting to roto stuff out. Let's see about aesthetics. Hmm. Oh, wow. Nice. Yeah, it looks like you figured it out. Just projecting your HDRI and your environment. Plus the glass looks really nice if that's E.V.E. It's definitely come a long ways, eh? Compared to, I think, Spaceman. Backrooms. possible. I'm just doing some quick tests, but just wanted to see kind of if we blanketed it, what it would look like. But the question is, do we want to blanket it? The other, what I wanted to try to do was like, let me collect my thoughts before I ramble. Watercolor. Why is it not working? Maybe I have to pre-comp it. What I want to do is like watercolors, where it like drips and then it kind of like bleeds out. But that might be too much animation for 2 seconds per scene because we have a lot of action. There we go. Don't think it's gonna do it. Spend more time there, think about that, but we're far away from this point, so I don't want to spend too much time here, and I'm probably not even gonna save it because the scene isn't legit. So yeah, I'm not sure if I have the other camera going. Yeah, gotta take a look on the others. Another one there. But yeah, definitely crushed it. Did a pretty good job there. And then yeah, realism and E.V.E. It's definitely come a long way, so you're doing a pretty good job so far. I think the reflections are carrying most of the work for you, right? So just making sure those are good. Oh, speaking of which, we are going to visit mine. Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow. These last 2 shots here are promising. Everything else was like, ugh, it could be a lot of work, but I think it's going to look kind of cool. But shut down that, those. So what's next left to do in your project? You said up tomorrow, or are you just doing like an export just to see where you're at? Or are you like wrapping it up, finishing it tomorrow? If everything goes well. Oh yeah, it's also going to take a bit for mine to load. Cool, yep. No, it's good to do little check-ins, see where the exports are, make sure the export's good, if there's any artifacting or issues, glaring issues. Definitely curious about the reflections, because I'm going to hop into mine and show you what I was dealing with. It's projecting my... I look like a monkey. Probably just a red squirrel. It's projecting my room, but it's not projecting my city or my environment, my HDRI, I think. Was my dilemma, my problem. And yeah, I'm taking a page out of your book. I got my Canon SL3 here, so I'm going to eventually do some of those shots that you were kind of doing from behind the shoulder, doing your stuff, right? More up against the mouse kind of thing, so... Yeah, it's definitely going to take a little bit to load here. Oh, there we go. Start here first. Oh boy, definitely getting to the tail end of this. Another 20 minutes, see if we can push it to 7 hours. And mine was in cycles, actually. I don't know if this is going to load. Or I think it was in cycles. But yeah, here's your material here on the right. My project file is also 8 gigabytes. That's why it takes forever. Mine has the city Blossom imports in the background instead of the HDRI. Not sure if you remember this or saw me using this at all. Oops. Or you can go in and get Google Maps Street Views. Sorry, excuse me. And then instead of modeling it, it projects it for you. Obviously, you don't want to get super close when you're using this stuff because you can start to see it pixelate, which you can see in my condo project. But I feel like it'll be cool to see the actual almost one-to-one angle of where the condo is in the city and the perspective that they would have. The other hope was volumetrics would kind of cover that up a bit. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm worried this was initially on cycles and I switched it to E.V.E last night and saved it. And I don't know if it's going to compile properly or if I've been able to compile it. But yeah, don't need to stick around if you got stuff to do there. This might be might not even work. We could be watching the thing for an hour. I have a feeling it was on cycles before because I was surprised because I thought I switched it to E.V.E before. So I'm gonna switch it to cycles before. One more shot. One more shot. A little quicker that time. But yeah, I only applied your shader to that side. And it's interesting because it's not translucent, whereas this other stuff's translucent. Render cycles. Maybe we can turn the city off if it's not already off. It's already off. Yeah, I don't think it's going to load in E.V.E for some reason now. But yeah, I'm digging the those reflections there in that window. Yeah, like I don't think I get any reflection off these ones. Oh no, there's a slight reflection. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yours is reflecting everything. It's not transparent, whereas mine's a little bit transparent. Unless you... Oh, because of the lighting. That's tight. Yeah, I like that a lot more. because you wouldn't see it on an angle sometimes depending on how the light is, right? I feel like. Well, this is what it looks like in cycles. This is what it's doing currently. You see what I was talking about? How it hides the transparency when you're looking at it at a certain angle. It turns into a mirror. But then when you're like looking directly on it, then it becomes transparent. I love that. I think that's pretty sick, unless that's not how things are supposed to be. But in comparison to my other one, it has reflections in it, but it's transparent the whole time. I'm gonna save this. Yeah, it's working nice now. Man, I forgot how good this song was. It's giving me energy to go another hour or two. I could just listen to this song all night. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit to save here. But I'm gonna flip on the city and see what it looks like. I'm not sure if that's what's set up. It was a PBR texture before, but I want to say there was some kind of node system in there before, and I deleted it and then dropped yours in. Once it's done saving here, I can flip you or click on it and show you what mine looks like. Oh yeah. The person I'm using, it was either human generation, oh no, I had the diffuse clipboard on it. So that would be population. Which I may have an extra copy of, because I think I bought this in a kit, and I can give you access to the kit one. It won't have future updates, but population. No, it wasn't this. This one. But I have both of them. Because I'm a fiend for sales, as you know. I couldn't help it. I didn't like what the one did, or this one had a better one, or it came in a bundle pack. But anyways, yeah, I think I'm using this one for the people at the moment. I'll see if you're interested. I'm not sure what your plan is with your peeps. If you're just gonna have the white dummy, or if you're gonna drop in some of your own, or just some kits. Okay, it's back. Yep, plug it in me. But I want to say it's population that I'm not using, because it came in the 30-40 apps for $40 or whatever it was. I just turned on my city, so it's just going to take a little second here to probably boot up. It's updating the lights. Like, it doesn't look bad from this angle, right? Like, the buildings, yeah, a little jaded, pixelated, but if I can get, like, some kind of haze or volumetrics, which I think I have going on, but obviously it's adding on top of everything. Show you what my thing looks like. Shading. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have done that. But you can see it here, flow. So I was using a flow texture. It's got its own dealio, shader, surface. What were you saying? You need to class mix with transparent. So yeah, that doesn't look like they have that going on, unless it's baked into the whatever this thing is. Because it's has the thing for multiple nodes inside of it, I assume. Oh, it's because I'm on E.V.E. What the hell? Freeze. Come on. Sounds like somebody's making spaghettis. I don't understand. Like, we don't have the AC on all day. And then when he cooks, he turns the AC on so it blows through the whole house. Like, I live on the other side of the house where the kitchen is, and it just smells like straight restaurant in here right now. I have to go up and tell him, hey dude, do you mind turning off the AC when you cook? Drives me ball. What is going on here? Come on now. Struggling. I got a bazillion thing open, so that probably doesn't help. Oh man, it's starting to get strong in here. Might have to shut her down just because of the smell. I have to go outside while it cooks. There we go. We're on cycle, so why was that going into E.V.E? I'm not going to click on that anymore because it's going to lock up on me. Oh, I wanted to show you the mirror if you're still here, because this is where I'm definitely having troubles. Or you might have saw it in the reflections on the balcony. Because it's projecting my model, but it's not projecting my city or my HDRI. No, didn't do that. I've been hearing about it, but I don't know if Vulkan will work on mine. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get it. I don't think. Yeah, it does, because I've been hearing some good things about it. But there's also LuxCore, which somebody put me on yesterday or the day before. Like, I haven't downloaded these extra renders. Like, it's just kind of new to me that there's other renders that you can install into Blender. There's this one, I think KFast. Can't remember what the other one was. But yeah, Vulkan would have been tight. Are you using Vulkan? Have you noticed a major update? That's probably how you're maybe doing the E.V.E. realism. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely don't be switching your programs or your updates until you're done your project. Or you can always file save as, but it's just, yeah, create more problems. Download an older version of Blender if you need to go back, but it's just better practice, better habit just to finish her out in the one. Oh, look at that. Is it actually working now? It might be your shader material. Wow, interesting. It's the material that got in my way. I have door frames and doors on my stuff that is turned off right now. It looks like it's there now. Interesting. That's sweet, dude. He's solved a major headache. I could have probably spent at least 40 hours trying to solve this thing. Where are we at? 9 out of 32. Yeah, create copies, and then you can. Oops. I don't want to be doing that. Oh no. Hopefully, the music video isn't causing all that epilepsy. But it's dope. So I feel like I was also having that problem in my reflections on my kitchen gear. So if it's material issue... Oh, actually I wouldn't have that issue because your glass, so it has to do with the transparency or the refraction of my material. So yeah, it was even not working in the bathroom and then the mirror in the bedroom. I don't know if I'll be able to get to it. This here. Ah! Sweet. Man, this is a good day so far. I didn't realize that fixed that. I'm crushing some stuff today that's been lingering, bothering me. Well, you crushed this one for me. Yeah, the music video is definitely wild. Max Cooper, Identity, if you didn't see the name of it there. Highly recommend listening to it if you're into techno glitchy type stuff. But watching that video frame by frame was pretty cool. Seeing how they did or try to reverse engineer it. There's so many words and messages hidden in the glitches. It's pretty cool. It's not that it's a big deal, but we don't need it in the mirror. But again, it's going to fix itself as long as the class material... Yeah, I'm rambling, but I'm just trying to understand why yours is fixing it and why mine isn't. If yours was for E.V.E, mine was cycles. Oh, that's right, the cat thing now. Just trying to find, I don't know what I would have used, but I'm trying to understand the material. Doesn't say much about the materials, does it? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what these are compiled for. Maybe they're not built for cycles. Oh, here we go. It's reflecting just the wireframe. I want to say this is reflecting I do like how it blocks out the light though. The transparency of it. Well, it definitely seems to fix itself. Problem that I was having before. So now the only thing I need to do is fix the glitching in the animation. The city in the background flickers. But I like the like from this distance, that blossom looks really good in my opinion, like over here. But down here, obviously it doesn't. When you get closer to it, you can see it turned to PS2 graphics. What was I having problems with? I'm trying to remember. Maybe there's something in the bedroom too. Holy Hannah. Let's go back to this mode here. Fly around quicker, easier. Well, either way, that's pretty sweet. I thought I still had to figure out the reflection thing, but just updating to your shader is going to fix that. The reflections on the stove and fridge and stuff, that's going to be fixed probably. Part of me wants to parent that actor behind my camera, so when we see like a mirror or reflection, you actually see a person versus nothing. Let's see what happens when we switch this to no. What's going on here? What am I trying to do? Clean up. Oh, maybe it might have been, yeah, okay. It might be good, maybe. Maybe just the other material. And how it lets the light pass through it. Oh no, it's still doing it. Yeah, what I don't like about the Blossom is the stuff in the background there. I didn't make the footprint large enough, so if I can turn that to water, then that would be a solution, but I think the city kind of branches out more that way a little bit. I mean, that looks pretty tight there, but we'll see what it looks like when it's rendered. What do you think? Any suggestions? Anything you've seen so far? The floor reflections were the biggest one. I think we've solved that. The glitching in the background, I gotta somehow figure that out. That's part of the keyframing or the motion. My stuff's still jerky, fast-paced, so maybe I should do a re-recording of going through the place. Yeah, I'm curious how your recording goes. Like, are you planning on doing like a recording with keyframes, or are you just, each video is just going to be a live, in real time type thing? Recording that motion is, it's made it easy, but there's still kind of like that jerky, well, from my experience anyways. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know, that looks pretty good. I thought it was like wireframed or something before, but might just be like highlights in the roof. Oh, excuse me. here's the wireframe stuff I was talking about. Let's pull back just a little bit so we're not cutting through that glass. Yeah, that's all you really need to do right now is just kind of show your progress, context. But if you were to actually produce something for a client, right, you're going to have to eventually export it. You'll have to record your emotion and stuff. So when you get to that point, if you get to that point, I'm curious to see how your stuff goes, your tests go. Not sure if you're seeing what I'm seeing here, but that's with your material. And if we go back to what it was before, I think it was that one. Nice. Yeah, I was thinking maybe like, I don't know, clouds, move the clouds. With my stuff, I can create like time lapses, adjust the clouds. I was thinking like an airplane in the background or something, birds. But because my footprint's so big, I can't add those micro elements in. Cars driving down the road, I was going to do that as well. So yeah, there's definitely two different outputs with these shaders here, but I'm still seeing the that white wireframe stuff in mine. But I think because my glass is more transparent, we're not going to see it as much. We only go outside once. Curious to see actually what it looks like with Did I delete the camera? Why would I do that? Why would I delete that? Oh, that's silly. That's my only camera, right? Damn. Weird. I guess maybe I created a file just to create pictures. Oh, need a new camera. And at the time, maybe I didn't know I could switch between two different cameras. I was like, why can't I see what this camera is seeing? Anyways. I think I know what that's about now. April 11th. Oh, it might have been saving. Idiot. Might have just crashed that. Oh, I'm gonna have to rebuild it, which isn't a big deal. It was just, for some reason, it took me like 4 or 5 attempts to get it to work. And I was definitely pulling my hair out before. I was like, it's simple. Why is it not working? What was it that I got it to work? Oh, my previous node was hiding somewhere else, and the material output was connected into that, so. Broke to 7 hours. Oh, damn it. Samuel. What did I do? Why were you this silly? Well, looks like I'm redoing my walkthrough. Son of a bitch. Not sure I would have done that. Not sure why I didn't know you could just click the camera button and you could switch between the cameras. Or it was probably a scenario where I meant to save as and didn't. Saved it and then went save as. That's probably what happened. And this one is the motion. I don't like that it's 2 versions back. Cool. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you chilling, helping out. Good luck with your stuff. Excited to see what you put together there, dude. Enjoy your night. Yep. I think it's gonna lock up again on me here. Nine more minutes. I should push it to 8. Get a full day in. Well, shit. If I were a bird, would I be so serious if my feet could leave the dirt? I love that line. So good. Everything I'm giving. Am I alone? I never know what I'm looking for. Something more. Come on now. Come on. I'm wired out yesterday. This time I'm not tired. This time I'm feeling alright. What else did we have? Mix shaders. Hey, it's lagging hard. Oh boy. Hoi, 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 hoi. Oh, the last thing, and I'm shutting her down. Just want to see what it looks like. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. Get to watch me fall apart for 10 minutes. Oh no, we broke 7:30. I gotta stay online for another half an hour. Just kidding. Come on, come on. Oh, rip load. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It is the higher quality, 2 times the tile size, so probably 4 times the weight from the previous one at a minimum. Sorry guys, could just kill the stream in the stream, but don't want to leave you hanging on what it looks like. Oh, the brain rot. Come on, Blender. Okay. Yeah, see, it's not reflecting properly. The pink is because of missing textures, but they're not missing, they're just gonna relink them. Yeah, that's kind of disappointing. Because we could still be having the issue. It's through the camera, not the viewport. It's through what we're the camera. Yeah, I'm gonna have to maybe just redo the capture. The walkthrough of the thing. It's so weird that I deleted the camera. Or actually I can import the camera from this one. Okay, we'll just do that. Yeah, sorry you waited all that time just to see. I saw what I needed to see. Probably wasn't too eventful for you guys. But anyways, this is going to be the end of the stream here, I think. Thanks for tuning in. If you end up watching later on, appreciate you guys. Make sure you leave a comment, like, subscribe. Throw one more invite. Well, actually, we'll just do it while we're here. Drop the Discord link into the chat. So it's the last thing. Okay. If you end up seeing this video, feel free to join the Discord. Reach out to me if you want to jam on anything. But thanks for coming by. Enjoy your night. See you on the flip side. Peace.